attention? May I have your attention, please, distinguished guests? May I request that all of us delegates take our seats, find our seats, take our seats. We'll be ready to begin with the program in about 5 minutes. If you need a comfort break, the restrooms are to the right of the foyer. This is a good opportunity to take that comfort break. We'll be beginning with our program in approximately 5 minutes. So if I could just ask everybody to take their seats, visit the restrooms, and also just tie up whatever loose ends. We'll be beginning in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. I have it on good authority that we will be beginning the opening session in exactly 2 minutes. So please, may I request that everybody take their seat, and also if we can have our phones on silent. If everybody could please take their seats. We will be beginning the session in less than 2 minutes, I've been assured. Distinguished guests, please may I request that you rise as we receive our most esteemed dignitaries onto the stage. The warmest welcome to the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Economic Development and Planning. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you this morning. As you know, the meeting is not legitimate until the Bureau Chair has declared it so. And so at this juncture, may I defer to the Honourable Professor Mthuli Ngube, the outgoing Bureau Chair, also the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment Promotion for Zimbabwe, to come and declare the meeting open.
Gentlemen, and good morning to you all. I hereby declare this meeting open.
Thank you very much, sir. Allow me to please acknowledge His Excellency Taye Atske-Selassie, the President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. We're honored to have you here, Your Excellency. May I also acknowledge His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. We're honored to be in your presence, sir. I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency Oluyemi Osunbajo, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Of course, we have the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion in the Republic of Zimbabwe, speaking to us today in his capacity as Chair of the outgoing Bureau, Professor Mthuli Ncube. Thank you for all the work you do. The Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Clever Gatete, thank you for the work that you do. And to all of you, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, welcome to the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers under the theme, Advancing the Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Proposing Transformative Strategic Actions. So it's a moot point, but I'll state it anyway. The agreement exists. The laws, by and large, harmonized. Protocols ratified by signatories of the agreement within their respective parliaments, and the first handful of consignments have actually moved across the continent through AFCFTA rules. What we are here to do is to really advance the work of this agreement and give it impetus through financial services, particularly cross-border digital payment systems. Also talking about the much needed investments in core industrial infrastructure and how to pool resources, because it's estimated that the continent needs no less than $170 billion per annum to beef up infrastructure on the continent. That would advance trade. And then we're also going to talk about the necessary industrial policies that can boost local manufacturing, particularly of high-value goods, possibly through special economic zones, because countries like Malaysia and China and Turkey have shown that it can be done. And so to some of these themes as to how to really support the work of the AFCFTA and its secretariat, we're going to be holding a series of roundtables that will speak to the theme about the building blocks thereof. One of the highlights today is the Adebayo Adedeji Annual Lecture, which is now in its 11th year, in honor of the renowned economist and former executive secretary of the ECA. And as we know, Professor Adedeji was back then, in the late 1980s, a proponent of an African continental free trade area. And so it's a beautiful honor that today in this incantation, we're talking not just about a dream, but a reality that he foresaw. Without further ado, let us begin with today's program, as I ask you to please rise in respect of our host country, Ethiopia, as we sing the national anthem. You may take this seat. Yes, Ethiopia, land of the brave hearts, Pan-Africanists, and patriots. We thank you so much for the support you lend to the work that is being done by the ECA and other multilateral organizations in furtherance of Africa's development and the Africa we want. As I said, Professor Mthuli Ncube is the outgoing Bureau Chairman, and we're going to yield the floor to him now, just for him to share some of his reflections of the year past and aspirations of the year ahead. Professor Ncube.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Lerato Mbele. Wonderful to see you again. I recognize the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Taye, His Excellency, Mr. Taye Akse Selassie, I got that right, Amde. Thank you for the hospitality, sir. I also recognize the Undersecretary for the United Nations and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Cleva Gatete. I also recognize the Executive Secretary for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Wamgele Mene, and all your excellencies here present, colleague ministers and other representatives from governments and stakeholders, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. A very good morning to you all. As chair of the outgoing Bureau, I'm pleased to welcome you all to this 57th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, Economic Development in the beautiful city of Addis Ababa. Let me begin by extending my sincere gratitude to the government and people of Ethiopia for their warm hospitality as we convene this important gathering at a moment when Africa stands at a strategic inflection point. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, over the past year, the global economic landscape has shifted significantly, characterized by rising geopolitical tensions and increased trade protectionism, which has heightened the importance of regional trade blocs. Tariff escalations and evolving trade restrictions threaten to further marginalize African economies, making it essential for Africa to accelerate its regional integration agenda. In addition, the policy shift on official development assistance, ODA, by advanced economies is as devastating as COVID-19 pandemic itself for some of our African countries. This calls for the continent to rethink our strategic focus and come up with homegrown solutions on how to rebuild the Africa we want. Let me hasten to say that we can choose to see these developments as challenges or see them as opportunities, which have to collectively, as a continent, take advantage as a springboard for accelerating economic reforms through economic transformation. The African Continental Free Trade Area serves as a powerful tool at our disposal for addressing some of these global challenges. With a market of 1.4 billion people, that's better. With a market of 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP exceeding 3.4 trillion US dollars, the African Continental Free Trade Area offers a crucial and a critical pathway for Africa to build resilience, reduce dependence on external markets, and drive sustainable industrialization. Yet, despite its potential to boost intra-Africa trade by 45% by year 2045, implementation remains uneven due to structural barriers, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to trade finance. Excellencies, honorable ministers, the speed of success of the African Continental Free Trade Area partially depends on the reform of the global financial architecture to make it responsive to the needs of the continent and other developing countries in general. In the short term, there is need for immediate implementation of the reallocation of the special drawing rights SDR's resolution to the needy, to the countries in need. In the medium to long term, there is need for the international community to come up with strategies to address the growing debt challenges for developing countries, as well as ease access to concessional financing. However, domestically, member states, with the support of institutions such as the ECA, will need to deepen their domestic resource mobilization capacity efforts. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, this year's conference represents a pivotal moment, an opportunity for us to amplify the call to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and establish Africa as a key player in the reconfiguration of global trade. During the 43rd session of the Committee of Experts, which preceded this conference, I'm informed that there were fruitful discussions regarding the pressing economic challenges facing our continent. Several strategic priorities emerged to guide our policy actions. First, enhancing regional value chains and trade infrastructure is critical. Strengthening production and supply chains in key sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, and services, will maximize value addition and reduce Africa's reliance on raw commodity exports. By fostering stronger intra-Africa linkages, we can transition to high-value industries and competitive regional markets. Second, addressing trade barriers and access to finance is essential. Implementing harmonized trade regulations, eliminating non-tariff barriers, restrictions of movement of people across borders, and scaling up innovative financing mechanisms like blended finance, thematic bonds, and trade facilitation funds will improve capital access and expand market opportunities for African businesses. Third, leveraging digital innovation for trade expansion must be a priority. As the global economy increasingly embraces digitalization, Africa must enhance its engagement in the digital economy by integrating e-commerce, digital trade platforms, and fintech solutions into the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. This will drive efficiency, reduce transaction costs, and open access to new markets. Fourth, strengthening macroeconomic stability and governance is necessary for creating an enabling environment to trade and investment. Enhancing fiscal discipline, improving debt management, and scaling up domestic resource mobilization, and aligning national policies with regional integration commitments will bolster economic resilience and foster investor confidence in African markets. With South Africa's presidency of the G20, we stand at a pivotal crossroads to ensure the continent's voice is heard on the vital need to reform the global financial architecture. This unprecedented opportunity also allows us to amplify our voices in pressing issues such as equitable access to finance, debt sustainability, and combating illicit financial flows. By leveraging our position, we can push more inclusive frameworks that empower African nations to also engage meaningfully in the global economy, stimulate investments in key sectors, and support sustainable development goals. This moment is not just about leadership. It is about transforming the financial landscape to ensure that Africa's growth is supported by resilient and fair financial structures that benefit our continent and the world at large. Finally, accelerating green industrialization and climate finance will ensure that Africa's trade growth aligns with the sustainable development goals. Integrating climate-smart trade policies into the African Continental Free Trade Area will unlock new opportunities in renewable energy, carbon markets, and green supply chains, positioning Africa as a leader in sustainable industrialization. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, the global trade system is rapidly transforming. With heightened trade restrictions and the rise of global economic blocs, the trading dynamics of globalizations are shifting indeed. Africa cannot afford to remain on the margins. We must act decisively to deepen our regional integration, not just defensively, but as a proactive strategy to harness Africa's economic potential. As a continent, there is a need to produce regular progress reports on the implementation of specific programs and projects on the regional corridors to guide policy direction. The success of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area relies on strong political will, coordinated implementation, and the complete mobilization of financial and technical resources. This ministerial conference provides us with an opportunity to transition from commitments to action. We must ensure that the recommendations from our experts translate into concrete policy shifts that promote trade, industrialization, and economic diversification. In closing, I commend the outgoing Bureau for their efforts, express my gratitude to the ECA Secretariat for their technical support, and welcome the incoming Bureau as they assume their leadership role. I look forward to the constructive deliberations and concrete commitments that will drive Africa's economic transformation. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Tinotenda. Thank you.
We say thank you for the work you've done, outgoing Bureau Chair. Before I introduce our second speaker, please allow me to warmly welcome Madam Narkos Bekele-Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer of NEPAD and the African Union Development Agency. Thank you for being with us, Madam. So what is an AFCFTA without the secretariat that drives it? The people who really breathed life into a document and made it a living, breathing text, set of laws by which we are all guided as we pursue trade on the continent and hopefully boost livelihoods no less than 9 to 11%. And if implemented properly, we're told could increase the GDP of the continent by 100%. This is all the work of him and his team, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Wamkele Mene.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director, Your Excellency, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, President Haile Selassie Amde, Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of UNECA, Dr. Gatete, our gracious host, the chairperson of the outgoing Bureau, Professor Ngube, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Vice President Honorable Yemi Oshinbajo, former Vice President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Dr. Narkos Bekele-Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of AUDA NEPAD, Honorable Ministers present here today, Deputy Ministers, Governors of Central Banks, the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECA, Madam Hanan Mosi, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to address this session today under the theme, Advancing the Implementation of the AFCFTA, Proposing Transformative Strategic Actions. I congratulate you on the 57th session of the conference, which, as usual, is expected to develop a tangible action plan, in this case, to advance implementation of the AFCFTA. Indeed, advancing the implementation of the AFCFTA is more than just an economic necessity. It is a strategic pathway to achieving inclusive growth, resilience, sustainable development across our continent. We convene at a time that is unprecedented in terms of the scale of the challenge to multilateralism. We convene at a time when multilateralism clearly is under attack. We convene at a time when we see intensified weaponization of trade policy, at a time when economic nationalism seems to be at the fore, and indeed at a time when investment nationalism seems to be the order of the day. It is therefore particularly incumbent upon us as Africans to develop a pathway to navigate this unprecedented challenge. As we know, the AFCFTA is built on a developmental integration model set out in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and indeed adopted by the heads of states, the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union. As we speak today, 48 state parties have ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA, providing a very strong legal foundation for trade liberalization, industrial development, market diversification, and advancing on the ideals of economic integration of our continent. Indeed, under the leadership of our heads of states and government, rapid progress has been made in the implementation of the AFCFTA. In less than 5 years, political will of our heads of states demonstrated that the African continent does have the capability to solve its own challenges. Importantly, the AFCFTA Secretariat has developed tools, operational tools, again under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, to ensure that as we transition from negotiations of the AFCFTA into implementation, commercially meaningful opportunities do arise. Allow me to set out a few of these tools that we have introduced. The first tool we introduced is the electronic tariff book, which enables economic operators using a digital database for imports and exports to identify with certainty, with predictability, the tariff that applies to the product that they wish to export or to import. This provides much needed clarity for export and import under the AFCFTA. For the second instrument is the Rules of Origin Manual, which again enables economic operators with certainty and predictability to determine the local content rules that apply to the product that they wish to export or import. Over 93% of tariff lines that are traded in Africa have now been agreed to in terms of rules of origin. There are only 2 sectors that the ministers of trade have yet to conclude, and in this regard, the heads of states granted them until October this year to conclude negotiations on the auto sector and textiles and clothing rules of origin. Remarkable progress under the ministers of trade. The third tool that we introduced is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which was endorsed in 2019 and in 2020 by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union as a platform to enable payment and to reduce the cost of currency convertibility on our continent, reduce the cost of affordability of trade, and to reduce reliance on third currencies for intra-Africa trade. I'm very pleased to report to you that as we speak, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is enabling payments in local currency for trade, and that as we speak, the digitization of trade in Africa is being enabled by this tool that we have introduced for the ease of payments. Fourth, working with our partner, Afreximbank, not only did we introduce the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which I referred to, we also introduced the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, which today has been capitalized by over $1 billion. The amount that will be raised under the fund will assist countries to implement the AfCFTA and to transition to its rights and obligations. We have committed to raise up to $10 billion to disperse this capital in support of industrial development, manufacturing, and establishment of competitiveness of African private sector. Fifth, by the end of this year, we will introduce a transit guarantee scheme, which will enable a single bond for transit of goods throughout our continent. A critical and pertinent question that arises: is trading happening under the AfCFTA? The answer to that question is yes. In 2022, in October 2022, 7 countries started trading under the rules and the preferences of the AfCFTA. Today, 19 countries are trading under the rules of the AfCFTA. Over 2,600 certificates of origin have been issued on a range of products that are traded, value-added products, agricultural products that have been processed, and a number of products that are of export interest to our private sector. Your Excellencies, our private sector is absolutely key and is a co-implementer of the AfCFTA. That is why we are redoubling our efforts with our partners to ensure the establishment of trading companies, AfCFTA trade aggregating companies, to boost intra-Africa trade, particularly for inclusion of smallholder farmers, small medium enterprises. We see the trade aggregating companies as absolutely important for realizing commercially meaningful trade opportunities. Thus far, in our effort to support trade aggregating companies, along with Afreximbank, we have committed $750 million United States dollars to support this initiative to ensure smooth trade transit and greater participation of SMEs, smallholder farmers in Africa's implementation of the AfCFTA. Through these initiatives, we intend to expand intra-Africa trade and enhance the role of the private sector. We identified a number of priority sectors, working with our partners, including UNECA and the World Economic Forum. The private sector seeks to take advantage of investment opportunities in the sectors of agriculture, pharmaceuticals, transport, and logistics. These sectors, according to our studies that we undertook with the World Economic Forum, present an investment proposition, a combined investment proposition of 130 billion United States dollars. In order for us to realize the opportunities of trade under the AfCFTA for the private sector, we will have to redouble our efforts at opening markets through the AfCFTA. We have to build robust financial systems on our continent to support intra-Africa trade. Robust financial systems that will include trade finance, credit guarantees, and innovative trade finance solutions. We estimate that 80 billion United States dollars to be the trade finance gap, which presents itself as a barrier that disproportionately affects small medium enterprises, smallholder farmers, and women and youth in trade in accessing markets across the AfCFTA. Therefore, the role of our financial institutions and our development finance institutions to support the mitigation of risk is absolutely critical. I am, however, pleased to take note of the fact that the private sector, particularly commercial banks in Africa, have taken steps to bridge this trade finance gap. For example, we signed a memorandum of understanding with United Bank of Africa, where United Bank of Africa committed to mobilize up to 7 billion United States dollars of their own balance sheet to finance trade in Africa. In addition, Access Bank, Standard Bank, EcoBank, and Equity Bank have also taken similar measures to address this particular challenge of the cost of trade finance. As we transition to Africa's digital economy, we must assert the protocol on digital trade. In February this year, our heads of states and government, during their 37th ordinary session, adopted the remainder of the annexes on the protocol on digital trade. The International Finance Corporation projects that by the year 2050, Africa's digital economy will amount to 712 billion United States dollars. Therefore, the protocol on digital trade enables us to mobilize investment towards digital public infrastructure to support cross-border data transfers, digital payments, digital identities, and to position Africa's youth for competitiveness in the global digital economy. In this regard, the empowerment of young people, small medium enterprises that are led by women, is crucial to the successful implementation of the AfCFTA. I am very pleased that our heads of states and government directed in 2020 that we develop a protocol specifically designed to enable SMEs, young people, to overcome the barriers that have presented themselves to accessing markets across the AfCFTA. The Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade, the first of its kind around the world, as well as the Protocol on Digital Trade, will enable the continent of Africa to significantly advance on financial inclusion, digital inclusion, and to present opportunities in this market of 1.4 billion people. Therefore, Your Excellencies, your leadership in ensuring macroeconomic stability as Ministers of Finance, aligning national policies with the AfCFTA, particularly in relation to investment, and as I've mentioned, the digital economy and the regulation of the services sector are indeed areas that require that we intensify our collaboration between trade ministers and ministers of finance in advising our heads of states about the path ahead. Let me conclude where I began, Your Excellencies, and that is the state of the world, the geopolitical context, the geo-economic context. As I noted, the weaponization of trade policy, the weaponization of tariffs to deal with those whom we do not agree does present a challenge, but also an opportunity for us as Africans to accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA, because in the implementation of the AfCFTA lies an opportunity at self-sufficiency of our continent, lies an opportunity at reconfiguring supply chains, establishing our own supply chain capabilities in Africa, not for the purpose of disengaging from the global economy, but for the purpose of ensuring the self-sufficiency and economic independence of our continent. We must therefore create, and we must not in this regard, delay in creating a domestic market through the AfCFTA. I want to urge all of us to redouble our efforts as we collectively confront this challenge of a new global order. I want to thank all of you for your attention, and I wish all of us very good deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the SG, and thank you for a very candid view of the world we live in today, where trade ought to be transformative, changing lives, but it sometimes can be punitive, and it shouldn't be so. But also thank you for your pragmatism together with your team, for actualizing the dreams of Nkrumah, Nyerere, Kaunda Natha. They dreamt it. we are now living it because of the work that you do. Thank you. I'd now like to yield the floor to the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Ambassador Clever Gatete, to come and address us. My apologies. Apparently, I was moving at breakneck speed here. Please, may I defer to the chairperson of the African Union Commission to come and address us. We appreciate you, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellence, Monsieur Taye Selassie, Président de la République fédérale et démocratique d'Éthiopie. Excellence, Monsieur Nobé, Ministre des Finances et du Développement.
Your Excellency, Mr. Zube, Minister of Development, Finance and Economic Investment Promotion in Zimbabwe, outgoing Bureau Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sekatete, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Africa, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Your Excellency, Mr. former Vice President of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be participating today in the 15th session of the African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. It's just a few days after I have come into office, and I'm especially delighted to be here as we're talking about the AFCTA. It is a source of satisfaction for me, and allow me to speak to you all, congratulating you, especially the outgoing Bureau, for the work done and the commitments of the incoming Bureau. We must remember that we have thought about the advancing the implementation of the agreement, and this deepens what has already been done by our heads of state and government, Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our agenda, there will be 3 round tables on the following themes. We shall be speaking to development of infrastructure, achieving instant payments, cross-border payments, and digital inclusion, as well as the special economic zones in the framework of the AFCFTA. These are relevant subjects, and it means that I can share with you what the African Union is thinking about this. There are constraints we have to overcome if we are to, in the final analysis, succeed in achieving the well-being of our population and Africa as a whole in the international scene. From an institutional point of view, when we speak about integration, we are thinking about signing the revised protocols between the African Union and the REX, and industrial promotion that brings together the REX, the African Union, the regional groupings, ADB, ECA, and other stakeholders. And we are to build on progress that has been achieved in order to adopt recommendations pertaining to ensuring that we overcome the obstacles through fluid trade. Also, we have to have the effective involvement of African institutions. We speak about the African Investment Bank, and it's still not there. We talk about African FEMA, still not there. We talk about the Central African Bank, still not there. Once again, I'd like to tell you how we have to implement these African institutions and the progress of FCTA to ensure that we are locating this within our African framework. We have to ensure better fluidity when we speak to African trade. We must overcome all these obstacles through the African economic development pillars. Let me mention the factors mitigating against this. Obstacles to the free movement of goods and persons. The inability to overcome infrastructure barriers, and there's structural barriers linked to the energy deficit affecting internet penetration on the continent. 600 million persons are not linked to the grid, and this affects the internet. It affects digital flows, and the African Union has developed strategies that will absorb these various deficits, but unfortunately, there's a lack of funding. So, in conclusion, may I call on member states to have more in-depth reflection so that we can come up with solutions, lasting solutions, so that we can overcome these technological barriers. This is an ardent plea with which I shall come to an end, and wishing you all success in your proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, for reminding us what the broader imperatives are in financing for development in the continent and the various nodes of that development: human capital, women, electricity provision, and just finding durable solutions for the Africa we want. And we really trust you in your leadership in this era to take us there, towards that Africa we want. And now, even though I've introduced him before, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Ambassador Clever Gatete.
Yeah. Thank you very much, MC. Your Excellency Taye Serasi, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and I may add, a good friend of ECA. Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and congratulations on your appointment. Your Excellency Oreyemi Osinbajo, former Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency Omukere Mene, Secretary General of the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Honorable Professor Turing Kube, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Thank you very much for being here. I recognize my good friend Nados Bekere Thomas of the Auda NEPAD, who is actually a close person that we collaborate in terms of implementing our mandate, and also Kevin Orama, representing the African Union as the Vice President and the Chief Economist, also another institution that we work together very closely, together with Flexim Bank and other international financial development institutions, such as AFC, TDB. We have, of course, Badea. We work together very, very closely. Honorable ministers here present, distinguished delegates. I also recognize the representative of the Adedeji family, who is here also because we are going to have the Adedeji lecture. Distinguished friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers under the critical theme of advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. I wish to begin by expressing my gratitude to His Excellency President Taye Serasi, and through him to the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for their gracious hospitality and continued support as we meet at this defining moment in Africa's economic journey. Let me also take this opportunity to warmly congratulate His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf on his election as chairperson of the African Union Commission and assure him of our commitment to work with him for the advancement of our continent. Allow me also to thank His Excellency Wamukele Mene, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, for his leadership at this critical stage in the development of this important institution. I also wish to recognize Professor Kube, our chair of the outgoing bureau, for his exemplary leadership in steering the bureau and laying a firm foundation for the work we are undertaking today, but also for the wonderful host of the Conference of Ministers in Victoria Falls last year. We still have memories of that event in Victoria Falls. One day we'll go back. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we convene, we do so against the backdrop of the precarious global economic terrain characterized by heightened geopolitical tensions, shifting alliances, and just trade tariffs and mounting debt crisis. From conflicts affecting key supply chains to the ongoing recalibration of economic power, nations, especially those in the global south, including Africa, have no other choice but to adapt to a rapidly evolving landscape. As of today, half of the world's 68 poorest countries, most of them in Africa, are either at high risk of or already in debt distress. The fact that this figure has more than doubled since 2015 highlights the critical nature of the situation. Even more troubling is the fact that African countries are spending up to 16% of their export earnings solely on debt servicing, which is more than 3 times the level applied to Germany during the post-war World War II reconstruction. Between 2017 and 2023, the cost of servicing external debt for developing nations rose by nearly 12%, outpacing the growth in exports and remittances. Indeed, 2025 is a crucial year for the continent, with key debt discussions scheduled at the Financing for Development in Spain, and with South Africa placing debt at the forefront of its G20 presidency. These engagements are vital because debt servicing at more than $100 billion annually, our continent is being forced to divert critical resources away from development priorities. Compounding these challenges, Africa's fiscal space continues to shrink, which limits government's ability to invest in the pillars of sustainable development, such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education. However, we must ask ourselves, is this the economic destiny we accept? Or do we seize this moment to reshape Africa's financial architecture, leveraging our vast potential to accelerate trade-led growth? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the answer lies in our hands. And in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we have Africa's master plan for economic renewal. By 2045, it is projected to increase intra-African trade by 45% and enhance Africa's GDP by 1.2%. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area will also significantly boost expansions in sectors such as agri-food by 60%, industry by 48%, services by 34%, and energy and mining by 28%. It is simply illogical that African countries face higher tariffs when exporting within the continent than when exporting outside of it. However, it is certainly a welcome development that with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, participating countries will remove tariffs on 90% of goods they produce and eliminate other non-tariff barriers to trade, including regulatory bottlenecks that impede trade. But beyond this, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is also a powerful tool for inclusion and economic integration, leaving no country behind. For example, we know that historically landlocked developing countries have been disadvantaged by high trade costs and limited access to global markets. Today, through the AFCFTA, Africa's 16 LLDCs have a unique opportunity to break free from these geographical disadvantages and boost their economic growth. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, these gains, however, will remain hypothetical unless we move beyond ratification to a full-scale implementation. Accordingly, to achieve the Africa Continental Free Trade Area's full potential, I propose 4 strategic actions. First, we must strengthen partnerships and investment platforms. Permit me to share that ECA, at the 8th edition of the Africa Business Forum last month, reaffirmed its commitment to bridging the gap between policymakers and investors. The forum underscored the urgency of accelerating AFCFTA implementation through regional value chains, public-private partnerships, and expanded financial support for trade and industrialization. A key milestone was the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between ECA and AFCFTA Secretariat to cement our commitment to trade integration, industrialization, and private sector development. To this end, it is imperative that governments work closely with the private sector to de-risk business environments and eliminate non-tariff barriers. However, it is of utmost importance that Africa's economic transformation be designed and driven from within and not dictated from outside. Also, we must recognize the regional economic communities are vital for the AFCFTA as they serve as key drivers of regional integration through trade agreements, infrastructure development, and policy harmonization. It is crucial that we strengthen their role within the AFCFTA to accelerate trade facilitation, enhance economic convergence, and ensure inclusive continental integration. Second, we must strengthen regional value chains and special economic zones, as mentioned before. ECA's collaboration with institutions like BADEA, Africa Development Bank, Afreximbank, and Africa Finance Corporation has already demonstrated results from Botswana's beef regional value chain and East Africa's food systems development to the DRC Zambia battery value chain. We must scale up special economic zones across Africa to attract investment, spur innovation, and create jobs. Third, we must mobilize domestic resources for industrialization and curb illicit financial flows. Africa does not lack capital. Rather, it lacks mechanisms to channel it effectively. For example, our pension funds alone hold approximately 1.3 trillion in assets. If just 10% were channeled into productive sectors, we would inject over $130 billion into Africa's industrial base. And this would most certainly reduce dependence on costly external financing. Zimbabwe was telling us that the current cost of their borrowing is up to 14% right now, and that is not sustainable. Additionally, illicit financial flows siphon $88 billion annually from Africa. I would say this is an understatement. The figure is much higher than this. To address this, ECA and the United Nations Economic Conference, the Conference on Trade and Development are already assisting 12 African nations to track and stem these losses. But more can be done, including strengthening tax administration, digitizing taxation, broadening tax bases, and leveraging innovative instruments like debt for climate and debt for development swaps. Likewise, we must develop local currency bond markets, establish regional stock exchanges, and improve sovereign credit ratings to attract international investment at lower costs. Finally, we must enhance infrastructure and digital connectivity. Africa requires about $120 billion annually to bridge its infrastructure gap. How can we build competitive regional supply chains when goods take weeks to move from borders due to inadequate roads, rail and air transport, and inefficient ports? In this respect, expediting the Africa Integrated High-Speed Railway Network and the single African air transport market is critical. Moreover, in an era where digital trade accounts for 25% of global commerce, only 37% of Africans have access to internet. This is unacceptable. In addition, the overtaxation of technology continues to hinder progress in this critical sector. To tackle this challenge, the ECA has released a report based on its ICT tax model for your consideration, designed to present a practical solution that ensures a win-win situation in balancing government revenue needs with expanding digital inclusion. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, we must recognize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as Africa's response to a global economic system that has long kept us at the peripheral. But its success demands bold action, strong political will, and sustained commitment. We must integrate AFCFTA priorities into national development plans, allocate budgets that reflect AFCFTA commitments, and harmonized policies that enable business to thrive. And let me assure you, ECA is ever ready to support member states with the data-driven insights, capacity building, and technical expertise needed to turn this vision into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end, I want to thank our organizing team for the COM here in Addis Ababa. The team that is led by Pedro Antonio, who is my deputy, has been organizing this event for many years. And the reason why I'm picking on Pedro is that this is his last COM. He's retiring this year. He has done quite a He has led the team. He has organized many of the COMs that can go as far as you want, but has done a very good job and has mastered the way of organizing and making sure that all of us are following almost his instructions in terms of dealing with the Conference of Ministers. We thank you very much, and we hope this time you come in another capacity, but you always find us, of course, wanting to receive you as a guest, not as organizing leader for the COM. Once again, thank you very much and welcome to ECA. I want to mention that here you can stay beyond your time allocated. I can tell you, as the president will tell you, there is so much here to see in Addis Ababa beyond the ECA. But always ECA will remain your home for this conference and the next conference. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your insights and remarks on mobilizing capital domestically and also for receiving us warmly to the headquarters of the ECA. Without further ado, please welcome warmly the President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, President Taye Atske-Selassie Amde.
Thank you for that. Thank you, our MC, Berato. Your Excellency, Mohammed Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, Ntuli Nkube, Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Your Excellency, Ambassador Calvert Gadeti, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Excellency, former President of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Excellency, Nardos Bakale, Chief Executive Officer of AUDA NEPAD. Distinguished ministers and representatives of member states, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps residing in Addis, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. It was with great pleasure that I welcome you to Addis Ababa for the 57th Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Africa stands at a critical juncture, a moment where we're set on to unleash our potential for transformative economic growth. The promise of a unified market where goods and services flow freely across borders holds the key to unlocking unparalleled growth for our continent. This vision, however, demands more than aspiration. It requires concrete actions and a strategic commitment to overcome the barriers that have long hindered inter-Africa trade. It is within this context that this year's theme resonates with the urgency that demand action. Excellencies, ministers, the time for deliberation has demanded the imperative of deliverable actions. Allow me to mention the two critical immediate steps that we deem propel African continental free trade areas implementation. First, we have to move beyond ratification, as mentioned earlier, to immediate and impactful implementation. Here, I must applaud efforts already underway by member countries to provide tariff concessions and other services and investment-related offers. Secondly, for an effective coordination, the establishment of national CFTA implementation committees is indispensable. Equally important is the development of robust national CFTA implementation strategies, along with efforts to build institutional capacity. Here, I would like to commend UNECA Executive Secretary General, my good friend, Ambassador Gatete, for his continuous support that is most needed in institutional capacity building. Excellencies, beyond immediate actions, we require transformative strategies that reshape our economic landscape and unlock the full potential of the AFCFTA. In view of this, I wish to emphasize the following 5 priorities. First, investing in robust infrastructure encompassing both physical and digital connectivity is paramount. We must therefore prioritize connectivity to facilitate the seamless movement of goods and data. Ethiopia's experience with Djibouti, our most connected neighbor, demonstrates the power of what my brother Mahmoud, our current AUC chair, once called it a lifeline connectivity of railway, road, fiber, water pipelines, and electricity. Yet it is also important to recall that infrastructure alone is not sufficient. Harmonizing our policies is equally crucial. Secondly, focusing on strategic investment areas to promote value-added manufacturing is imperative. We cannot afford to remain mere premium exporters of coffee, cassava, cacao, or precious minerals. We need partners who invest in empowering our human capital, not those who reward our dependence on raw material exports. In view of this, industrialization, job creation, and the development of regional value chains are essential for Africa's meaningful participation in regional as well as global trade. Thirdly, ensuring that African youth and women are fully prepared to seize the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA is an absolute requisite. This requires empowering our macro, small and medium-scale enterprise, universities, fields of research centers, and technology entrepreneurs. I commend the efforts of Pan-African institutions like Afro Champions, but such institutions often struggle with access to finance, training, and digital market information. This clearly demands unwavering commitment and leadership. I therefore call upon all of us to demonstrate a renewed and unyielding commitment to this essential goal. Fourthly, creating a transparent and predictable regulatory framework is vital for attracting investment and fostering business confidence across borders. This includes strengthening intellectual property rights, ensuring fair competition, and streamlining bureaucratic processes. Finally, ensuring equitable access to the digital economy is not a luxury, but a necessity. Investing in digital literacy, infrastructure, and e-commerce platform is critical. This will guarantee that no African is left behind in this digital age. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is fully committed to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and to working alongside our African brothers and sisters to build a united, prosperous, and resilient continent. We have already submitted our tariff concession, while pilot trade in goods offer is set to commence soon. In parallel, we are prioritizing the domestication of the agreement with a strong focus on capacity building to ensure readiness, popularizing campaigns targeting the private sector, and key implementation bodies are underway. Ethiopia gives emphasis to infrastructure development, which is a critical instrument for our trade integration agenda. The recently inked agreement connects Ethiopia and South Sudan, as well as our participation in the Lapset corridor with Kenya, underscores our commitment to expanding regional logistic and trade facilitation. These corridors will significantly enhance mobility, bolster trade, and create better avenues for the implementation of the AfCFTA. Beyond transport infrastructure, Ethiopia is investing in regional energy integration. By exporting renewable, affordable, and sustainable electricity to neighboring countries, Ethiopia is helping bridge Africa's energy deficit, a prerequisite for investment and industrialization. Furthermore, Ethiopia's investment in industrial parks and special economic zone highlights our commitment to value-added production and manufacturing. As I emphasized during last month's Africa Business Forum, over-reliance on external incentives has hampered our textile sectors. Africa must be exercise caution in its dependence on incentive often linked to other strategic interests. To ensure a sustainable industrialization, we must prioritize self-incentivization and cultivate robust inter-Africa collaboration. Excellencies, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a call for strategizing, but most importantly, it is a call for action. It is a unique opportunity to reshape Africa's economic landscape and assert our rightful place in the global economy. In this regard, I commend again ECA for its invaluable technical support, which continues to guide our implementation effort. I also acknowledge the African Union, all member states for their dedication to advancing their transformative agenda. As we convene today, let us reaffirm our determination to push forward with the necessary reforms and action that will make the African Continental Free Trade Area a tangible driver of Africa's economic transformation. Let's also remember that history will judge this moment not by the agreement we sign, but by the true progress we have accomplished. It is within our power to turn African Continental Free Trade Area into a reality that avails to and benefits all Africans. I'm aware that our experts have been working hard on this subject for the past couple of days. I acknowledge with deep gratitude the wells of insights their invaluable efforts have yielded. On that note, I extend my best wishes for a productive deliberation and actionable outcomes from this ministerial session. Before I conclude, may I also invite you, Excellencies, to visit the vibrating city Addis Ababa, the historical sites, particularly the Adwa Memorial. History reverberates over there. It depicts in a magnanimous way our forefathers fought against colonialism. Make sure also to see the newly renovated palace. You'll find the history of our founding fathers of the African Union. It is a moment of introspection and a moment of revelation, the struggle that our forefathers have done over the last 60 or 70 years. Thank you very much. My sincere appreciation. Thank you.
May we thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks and reflections, President Taye Atselassie Amde. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formal opening of the 57th session of the Conference of Ministers, and there'll be a few other administrative things that need to be done towards that end. But for now, so that our Excellencies, their Excellencies can take their leave, we're going to request that everybody please remain seated, except for ministers and official representatives of their own ministers. And you will know that because you should be wearing a gold lapel pin. You will be ushered out to the designated area for the photo opportunity, at which point you'll also be joined by our most distinguished guests who are with us here on stage. If everybody else can remain seated, and then we will break for coffee. So if you are to be in the official photograph, because you are a member of the COM, you are an official ministerial representative, you are wearing a gold pin, please rise now, and the ushers and the protocol teams will direct you to where you need to go. If everybody else who's not officially in that photo could just remain seated, it's just my humble plea. It's just to make it easier for our dignitaries to make their way out of the plenary hall. Yes, you will be making your way to the exit doors at the back if you are part of the official photograph that's to be taken. Thank you, ma'am. Right? And from what I can see, the last few of those who are going to be attending the first session have now left the room. May I say, this is now a coffee break and we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development brings together the key leaders, policymakers, and experts to shape Africa's economic future. In 2025, the focus is advancing the implementation of an agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. This is more than just trade. It is about transforming policies into action, strengthening economies, and creating opportunities across the continent. But impactful change needs more than just discussion. It requires ideas, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. That is why the ECA Library is hosting the Knowledge Fair, a dynamic space where policy meets practice. Here you'll find success stories from across Africa, cutting-edge research and insights, opportunities to engage with experts and decision makers, and connections that drive real impact. The ECA Library is at the heart of this exchange, bridging knowledge with action, empowering policymakers, and shaping Africa's future. Join us at COM 2025, where we'll connect, learn, and build Africa's future together.
Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing. 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 Shh. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Mic test 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2. Testing.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is for test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is for test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable ministers, representatives of government, may I request your attention, and may I also humbly request that we all take our seats so that we can continue with the program for this morning. Honorable ministers,
Señoras y
central bank
señores,
governors,
ministros,
distinguished guests,
gobernadores de bancos
please
centrales,
may I request
distinguidos
that we all
invitados,
take our seats
tengan a bien
so that we can
tomar
continue
sus
with the
asientos
formalities
para que
of
podamos
this morning's
continuar con
program
los
and
trabajos
agenda.
previstos en el programa y en el
I
orden del
trust
día
that
de
you've
hoy.
had a good
Confío
coffee break. It was an
en
extended
que
coffee
la
break to allow
pausa
us
para el
to have a
café,
bit
larga
of
como
an
ha sido, les
exhibition
haya
outside the
permitido
Knowledge Center,
disfrutar de la
but we are ready to
exposición que
continue
tenemos aquí
with
fuera.
the
Y ahora estamos ya
agenda
listos
of
para
today. So if I
seguir
may humbly
con
request
el orden del
that all
día
of our
previsto
honorable
para hoy.
ministers and guests
Así que les
still
ruego
need
a
to make their
nuestros
way
ministros e
into the
invitados
amphitheater and
que
auditorium, if
tengan a
you
bien
would do so
pasar
now,
a la sala
and take your seats
y
so that we
a
can
que
continue
tomen
with the
asiento
official
para que
business
podamos
of this
continuar
morning.
con nuestros trabajos oficiales tal como previstos.
Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias por su amable atención. Pues bien, vamos a seguir con el trabajo previsto oficialmente para esta conferencia de ministros y con todos los temas que tenemos que abordar para operacionalizar la mesa. Así que sin más, pediré al presidente de la mesa saliente, el profesor Tulimovich, que tome la palabra para liderar esta parte de nuestras labores para cumplir así con nuestros estatutos. Excelencias, bienvenidos una vez más después de la pausa para el café o el té. Espero que hayan tenido oportunidad de visitar la exposición que tenemos aquí fuera y los que no hayan tenido tiempo pasen luego a verla porque hay cosas muy interesantes para los ministros de finanzas. Bien, colegas, ahora vamos a pasar al punto número 2 del orden del día provisional, que se intitula Elección de la mesa y adopción del orden del día y del orden de programa de trabajo EZAC/CM/57/1. Sobre este tema me informan que la mesa elegida el día 14 de marzo del 2025 por el Comité de Expertos, basándose en la propuesta de la mesa saliente y también en base a las consultas celebradas, ha realizado de manera muy competente la labor que se le había comentado y así la mesa está compuesta de la manera siguiente. Presidencia, tenemos a Marruecos, de la región de África del Norte, y luego tenemos el primer vicepresidente que será Camerún, de África Central. Segundo vicepresidente será Benín, de África Occidental, y el tercer vicepresidente será de Kenia, de África Oriental. Y tenemos también a Zimbabue.
If there are no objections, the same members of the Bureau of the Committee of Experts constitute the Bureau of the Conference of Ministers. Any objection? Going once, going twice. I see no objection. I declare that the members of the Bureau, as proposed, are elected. It is now my honor and privilege to invite the Kingdom of Morocco to take over as the new chair of the Bureau of the Annual Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. However, before I do so, allow me once again to take this opportunity on behalf of all my colleagues on the Bureau to express our gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa for the support given to us during our tenure in office. I thank you, Dr. Katete. The team. I now invite His Excellency Riyad Mazoul, the Minister of Trade and Industry of the Kingdom of Morocco, to the podium to take over the chairmanship.
Thank you.
And then he will also proceed to manage the meeting and to adopt the agenda and the program of work. I thank you.
It's okay now? So, first of all, thank you very much for your trust electing my country to chairing this conference. Thank you once again. And let me say initial few words in my home language, which is Arabic, if you permit. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إنه لشرف عظيم أن أخاطب هذا الجمع الموقر ونحن نجتمع معا لصياغة المستقبل الاقتصادي لقارتنا الإفريقية. إننا اليوم لا نناقش السياسات فحسب.
Thank you very much. Today, we will not only be discussing policies, we will also discussing economic integration, self-sufficiency, and shared prosperity for Africa. Allow me first to express my gratitude to chair this session today. I would like to thank the government of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and also the Ethiopian people for the warm welcome and hospitality accorded to us. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe, and I would like to thank through him the outgoing bureau as well as the Secretariat of the ECA for the commendable efforts deployed during the past mandate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to reaffirm the commitment of Morocco regarding the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a historical agreement and it's way beyond a legal framework. It is one important agenda in the Agenda 2063. It's a pledge to ensure dignity employment to our people. As it was said by His Majesty Mohammed VI, Africa is not only a geographical space for Morocco, it is the future. End of citation. Currently, we are at the crossroad. The Continental Free Trade Area the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, has the potential to generate 3.4 trillion additional USD in the Africa's GDP. And Morocco has assumed its role of a bridge between North and South, between tradition and innovation, between ambition and action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa must not be a simple exporter of raw materials and importer of manufactured goods and commodities, but we need to build regional value chains, strong regional value chains in the various sectors where we have a comparative advantage and preferential advantage. The experience of Morocco proves through its strategic industrial policies. Morocco has become now a hub, a world hub of fertilizers, and is currently producing more than 20% needs of fertilizers, and it is also a hub for automobile production, producing 40% of the continent's vehicle production. Imagine the huge potential if the Ghanaian cacao and cobalt of DRC and Ethiopian coffee is fully integrated in the supply chain laid by Africa. We have raw materials produced and finished products reaching the world market. The continued development of value chains, we have electrical mobility in Morocco, in DRC, and in several countries show the potential of Africa as a key actor in electric vehicle manufacturing. We need to harness our natural resources and we need to promote sustainable industrialization in the continent. The ECA in this endeavor can contribute to strengthen the potential of the African continent by strengthening the transformation towards renewable technology and ensure sustainability and economic growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world currently is discussing of artificial intelligence. We have thousands of Africans that do not have access to essential internet services. This is unacceptable. If we want to be part of the digital world and also be part of AFCFTA, we need to activate, we need to sign the digital strategy, continental strategy, and Morocco is working on that to improve startups. We need to emulate this success at the continental level. Success relies on how we control information. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the gaps that we have in terms of infrastructure is a loss of 2% of annual GDP. We need to create links between markets, and to do so, we need to have a dedicated infrastructure fund which would provide the required financing for our railways, and it can also be used in relation with the African Development Bank, where we have the Casablanca Finance City, to try to mobilize private financing to address these gaps. Excellencies, the continental free trade area should be green, inclusive, and equitable. Renewable energies of Morocco, for instance, represent 45% of the total energy. This shows our commitment in terms of sustainable energy. We are ready to share the experience of Morocco in this area. In addition to energy, the integration should be extended to smart agriculture. Smart agriculture to protect our farmers and make sure that women and young are leaders of SMEs and are prosperous in this African free trade area. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we would have a series of important meetings on which we should capitalize to progress on the concrete development of the free trade area in the African continent. The ECA would organize a high-level meeting on sustainable development as well as the SDGs, and the meeting would be held in Kampala next April. We would also organize the summit of sustainable development, which would be held in June. This would be the 30th meeting on climate, which would also be held in next November in Brazil. And this would help us to participate inclusively and show our agenda and show our future, which would be aligned with SDGs. By way of conclusion, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Free Trade Area represents the challenge of our generation. We should go beyond the theories and speeches. We need to take ambitious measures to ensure a better implementation of this agreement in world climate lens. While we are discussing, currently we need to make sure that a person born in Addis Ababa and Rabat must benefit from the fruits of the AFCFTA. We need to have a unified, without borders Africa, and also prosperous and proud Africa. Let's build together the Africa that we want. I thank you for your kind attention.
Nous allons maintenant passer à l'adoption de l'ordre du jour et du programme de travail. Mesdames et messieurs les délégués, l'ordre du jour provisoire a été publié sous la cote
As you know, the draft agenda has been clearly disseminated, and the draft agenda ECS/CM/57/3/Rev3. These documents can be found in the following website, papersmart.uneca.org. Can I consider that the conference adopts the agenda and the program of work as proposed? I do not see any objection in the room, so we consider that the agenda and the program of work are adopted. I'd like to invite now the conference to go to the next session, which is the third item of the agenda, which is the dialogue on the theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission of Africa. I'd like to give the floor now to the Master of Ceremony so that she presents the first item of the agenda under this specific agenda item.
Let me thank you and congratulate you, Honorable Riyad Mazur, Minister of Trade and Industry, the chair of the incoming Bureau. And let's say we have heard your message well as you reiterated the importance of the AFCFTA and its transformative power for innovation, jobs, and economic growth. And I did enjoy that sentence you used. It could be a mantra, really, that we all use going forward: green, equitable, and inclusive. Thank you for that. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you now the highlight of this 57th session of the Conference of Ministers, as I introduce the 11th Adebayo Adebanjo lecture given in honor of the long-serving ECA Executive Secretary, also a Minister of Economic Planning, and also a renowned economist and author, Professor Adebayo Adedeji. He was a brave critic, as we know, against a one-size-fits-all approach to fiscal management of African economies, a man who would also publicly hold African leaders to a higher standard. And during his time, he was a strong advocate of regional integration. And so to lead us in this important dialogue and session that really sets the tone of why we are here, talking about how to advance and give momentum to the African Continental Free Trade Area through policy, please may I yield the stage and defer to Mr. Saeed Adejumobi, the Director for Strategic Planning and Oversight here at the ECA, to introduce this year's topic and our honorable guest lecturer.
The chair of the Bureau, the Executive Secretary of ECA, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you all to the 2025 Adebayo Adedeji lecture on the theme Accelerating the Implementation of the CFTA for Africa's Development and Integration, Policy and Political Perspectives. And to deliver this lecture is no other than the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Can you come to the podium, please? I would also like to recognize and invite one of the children of Professor Adedeji. He's here with us. Oju Adedeji, can you come to the floor? Table, please. Oju, can you also come over here, please? In starting the process of the Adedeji lecture, I would like us to watch a short video about the life and times of Adebayo Adedeji. Can we have the video, please? The mistake was on our part that at independence, we did not cut that umbilical cord between us and the former colonial past.
The Adebayo Adedeji Lecture was instituted by the ECA in recognition of the contributions and legacy of Professor Adebayo Adedeji to the socio-economic development of the African continent.
He truly represented one of the best in the class of great economists across the globe.
Men who are thinking ahead of all of us. It's just to go and look at Lagos Plan of Action, Abuja Trip. It's Adedeji.
Intellectual with clear analytic capacity.
Professor Adedeji served as the Executive Secretary of ECA from 1975 to 1991. He remains the longest serving Executive Secretary of ECA. Professor Adebayo Adedeji made tremendous contributions to the socio-economic development of the African continent. Most of the development blueprints that the African continent had Adebayo Adedeji's footprints. For example, the Lagos Plan of Action and the Final Act of Lagos of 1980 and 1981, which remains a very remarkable blueprint for the continent. The Abuja Treaty of 1991, establishing the African Economic Community, in developing also alternative development paradigms for the continent, especially in period of economic crisis. You will recall that in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Africa was confronted with deep economic crisis. The path to recovery and development for the continent was a very contested issue. And Adebayo Adedeji, on the platform of the ECA, provided alternative paradigm to the development of the African continent in the African alternative to the Structural Adjustment Program. Professor Adebayo Adedeji also contributed to the revival of democracy on the African continent. The Arusha Declaration of 1990 of popular participation in development was to advocate for the return of democracy and governance building on the African continent. Professor Adedeji played a major role in that process. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which we're celebrating today, had its pedigree in the efforts made by people like Professor Adedeji in laying the foundation for regional economic integration on the African continent. Professor Adedeji also had its footprints in the establishment of regional economic communities on the African continent. Quite a number of the regional economic communities had their background work done at ECA under the leadership of Professor Adebayo Adedeji. In recognition of his contributions to the development of the continent, the lecture was instituted by ECA. Distinguished personalities are invited to deliver the lecture who have also made significant contributions to the socio-economic development of the continent. In 2022, the lecture was delivered by Professor Paul Tiyembe Zaleza on the theme, the role of human capital development and higher education in Africa's transformation. Zaleza was an associate provost and Northstar distinguished professor at the Case Western University, United States of America, and previously served as the vice chancellor of the United States International University in Nairobi, Kenya. Paul Tiyembe Zaleza has to his credit over 400 publications. In 2023, the lecture was delivered by Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers on the theme, governance, social contract, and economic development in Africa, looking back and projecting into the future. Dr. Chambers is a well-known distinguished personality on the African continent. He was the former president of the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, Nigeria. Before then, he served as former deputy minister of higher education and also foreign affairs in Ghana. He also served as Secretary General of the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of Countries. Further, he was the UN Under-Secretary General and head of the United Nations Office for West Africa in Dakar, Senegal. Dr. Chambers currently serves as the AU High Representative on Silencing the Guns. In 2024, the Adedeji lecture was delivered by Dr. James Manyika on the theme, Artificial Intelligence as a Driving Force for the African Economy and Society. James Manyika is the Senior Vice President of Research, Technology and Society at Google International. He has also served in various other capacities, including as Vice Chair of the National Artificial Intelligence.
Our guest speaker for the 2025 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture is the immediate former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Professor Osinbajo served as Nigeria's Vice President for 2 consecutive terms from May 2015 to May 2023. Professor Shibajo had a distinguished career of public service in the academy, in government, and has also served in different regional and international organizations, the private sector, and the civil society. Before serving as Nigeria's vice president, he held the position of Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State from 1999 to 2007, leading significant judicial reforms that will become models for other states in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For example, I'm not sure whether he would like me to disclose this. He challenged the federal government for withholding the state funds, and he won the case before the Supreme Court. Before his political career, Yemi Osinbajo was a professor of law and had the prestigious rank of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the highest honor in the legal profession in Nigeria. He is the founding partner of Simmons Cooper, a prominent commercial law firm in Nigeria. At the regional and international levels, he served in the justice sector of the UN mission in Somalia and was a member of the UN Secretary General's Committee on Rules on the Conduct and Discipline on Peacekeeping Forces. He was ethics advisor to the board of the FDB and served as an independent director of the Citibank Nigeria. In the public sector, Professor Shibajo played key roles in the formulation and implementation of various government initiatives and policies, notably in the areas of economic reforms, social investments, human capital development, digital and creative economy, climate action, and energy security in African countries. He chaired the National Economic Council, comprising governors of all the states of the Federation in Nigeria, the Interministerial Energy Transition Implementation Working Group, which was responsible for the development and execution of the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan in 2022. 3 national development plans were formulated and implemented under his leadership, and he led the successful implementation of Nigeria's Economic Sustainability Plan in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. When he acted as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I think there was a pain in the political class. The people loved it, but I think he took some steps and actions that really reverberated around the whole country, and there were reactions from the political class in that regard. I think he can tell us more about that. Beyond his tenure in office, Professor Shibajo remains dedicated to advocating for climate action globally. In 2023, he was appointed as the first global advisor to the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet and board chair of the Climate Action Platform for Africa. He founded the Northeast Children's Trust for the creation of sustainable learning ecosystems for vulnerable children made orphans by the insurgency in Northeast Nigeria. Co-founded Futures Perspectives, an organization focused on innovation, founded Climate Positive, an independent climate action not-for-profit, and currently serves on the board of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. He also serves as the guardian of the UNDP-led Africa Innovation Foundation, Timbuktu. As an academic, perhaps I should make this disclosure. As an academic, our paths happen to cross in life. Both the vice president and I happen to teach at the same university at some point. Before he joined, or should I say, he was invited to be part of the Nigerian bourgeois class. Should I say, the political fraction of the Nigerian bourgeois class. But there remain some striking features of him. He remains simple, he remains very humble, he remains very extremely decent and very accessible, quite accessible as a personality. Professor Shibajo is a friend, is a brother, is a colleague, and more importantly, is my leader as the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to join me in welcoming the 2025 guest lecturer for the Adebayo Adedeji Lecture, Nigeria's former Vice President, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, my dear brother Said. Gracious host, the Executive Secretary of the ECA, His Excellency Claver Gatete, the Chair of the Bureau and Minister of Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Riyad Mezour, and the immediate past Bureau Chair, Professor Mthuli Mkube, the Secretary of the Commission, Alaji Marong, Honorable Ministers, Present, Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Podu Adedeji, representing the Adebayo Adedeji family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Claver Gatete, the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and his team for the honor to me by the kind invitation to give this Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture. It is to the ECA that the credit goes for the original thinking, the bold thinking that birthed the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And it continues to be instrumental in guiding its implementation. I'm serving also as a trusted technical advisor, repository of specialized knowledge, offering data-driven insights, policy recommendations, and implementation strategies to help African nations maximize the benefits of the free trade area. I'll be speaking on the theme of the conference, which is advancing the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. I'll just repeat that, advancing the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. The Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture pays homage to one of Africa's most influential economists and policymakers, Professor Adebayo Adedeji. As the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa from 1975 to 1991, Professor Adedeji provided bold and independent thinking at critical moments in Africa's economic history, with the underlying theme of African integration as a developmental paradigm, beginning with the Lagos Plan of Action in 1980, an ambitious roadmap for Africa's long-term economic development that prioritized regional integration, recognizing that Africa's small, fragmented economies needed to unite and focus on value-added production. He championed the African Alternative Framework to Structural Adjustment Programs, the AAF-SAP, in 1989, a response to the failure of the IMF and World Bank imposed structural adjustment programs, SAPs as they were known, in many African countries. But running through Adedeji's ideas and advocacy through the years was a strong belief that the strength of each African country lay in the strength of the continent. He had presciently argued in the AAF-SAP policy that African integration must involve three mutually interdependent dimensions. The first, the integration of the physical, the social, and institutional infrastructure. The second, the integration of the production structures, and the third, the integration of the African markets. This framework is as relevant today as it was over 3 decades ago. And I think the occasion of this lecture really allows us to reflect not only on Professor Adedeji's remarkable legacy, but also on how far we have come as a continent in pursuing his vision of African economic integration. It gives us an opportunity to take stock of our progress with the AFCTA and to chart a bold course forward that honors the original ambition behind this historic agreement. From Professor Adedeji, we learn that it is by challenging received wisdom and allowing ourselves to be bold, independent, and visionary in our thinking that we will best serve the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. What makes Adedeji's vision so enduring is his understanding that Africa's development challenges required African solutions. Solutions that recognize the continent's unique historical context, its resource endowment, and its place in the global economy. He rejected the notion that Africa should simply follow development models designed elsewhere, and instead, he advocated for homegrown strategies that addressed the specific aspirations and needs of Africa. And I think it's in this spirit that we must approach the implementation of the free trade agreement, not as a standard trade agreement, but as a transformative instrument designed specifically to address Africa's unique economic developmental challenges. And we must be willing to innovate, to experiment, and to forge new paths where existing models prove inadequate. But first, let us reflect on the free trade agreement as an enabling instrument for the African economic community. The AFCTA is by far the most ambitious development project that the continent has ever undertaken, and its success will define its economic future. It is the crucial missing piece in solving Africa's developmental puzzle because it premises its success on addressing the structural weaknesses that have long hindered economic growth and also industrialization and integration across the continent. The FTA must therefore not be seen as just being about trade liberalization. It is a transformative tool for economic development, for job creation, and for Africa's global competitiveness. The FTA creates a single market, as we know, with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion and is expected to add $450 billion to Africa's income by 2035. And that's according to the World Bank. For a continent with the fastest growing and largest youth population, the FTA would address the question of good paying jobs and generally reducing poverty, creating somewhere in excess of 14 million jobs and removing 50 million Africans out of poverty while increasing wages for both skilled and unskilled workers. Now, what is the current state of the FTA's implementation and the implications? It's been 5 years since the implementation began. And whatever else we may say, the speed from its inception in 2018 and coming into force in 2019 and operationalizing in 2021 is clearly to be commended. The FTA stands out by far as the most rapidly ratified legal instrument by member states since the inception of the African Union. And this may well be the strongest evidence of the realization by member states of the urgency of the movement. For trade in goods, over 45 countries' provisional settlement of tariff concessions for market access have already been adopted under the FTA. Rules of origin have been agreed for over 90% of products. In trading services, 24 schedules of specific commitments covering 5 priority sectors have been adopted. The FTA's guided trade initiative was recently concluded, and 39 countries have indicated completion of key domestic processes to use the FTA to trade in goods. And this is no small feat. The FTA's Adjustment Facility Fund has also been set up to support member states in mitigating tariff losses and other adjustment costs of liberalization of trade. This is important, considering that for many African countries, Tariff accounts for nearly 10% of revenue. The Adjustment Fund will also mobilize concessional funding for trade, enabling infrastructure, and commercial funding to assist both the private and public sectors. The total resources required for the Adjustment Fund is somewhere close to about $10 billion US dollars, with Afro-Exim Bank committing already $1 billion US dollars towards the initiative. A major constraint for intra-African trade has been the inability to trade in local currencies. And the establishment of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, is a response to that problem. The settlement system was developed by Afro-Exim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCTA Secretariat. And it facilitates real-time settlement of intra-African trade and payments in local currencies across the continent. PAPS is already live in 15 countries. It has 12 switches and 51 participating banks. Complementing PAPS is MANSA, named after Mansa Musa. Also an initiative supported by the AFCTA. MANSA is Africa's digital due diligence repository. It's a single source containing information on African companies, including financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. The purpose of the stored information is to facilitate potential investors or trading partners who want to perform customer due diligence and know your customer checks on African companies and entities. Now, the progress in these different respects, while commendable, reveal both the potential as well as the challenges of the FTA. On the one hand, the political commitment demonstrated by the rapid ratification suggests a genuine continental consensus around the agreement, the objectives. On the other hand, the more complex technical implementation has proceeded at a much slower pace, reflecting the significant adjustments that are required in national policies and regulations and institutions. The experience, for example, with the Guided Trade Initiative has been particularly instructive. While it successfully demonstrated the feasibility of preferential trade under the Free Trade Agreements framework, it also highlighted the practical challenges related to logistics, customs procedures, domestic taxes and levies, and documentation requirements. These early trades have provided valuable learning opportunities and have informed the ongoing efforts to streamline implementation processes. What is required now is a candid assessment of where we are and what we need to do to realize the full potential of this ambitious agreement. So what are the strategic actions for a bold future? I think that the challenges impeding the full realization of the FTA are well documented and they're understood. So rather than dwell on them, what we need to do is cast a bold vision for the future and the strategic action that will be required to bring that vision to life. Looking ahead, we must focus on tangible steps that will transform the potential of the FTA into reality. The first is investing in strategic transportation and logistics, but especially infrastructure, transportation and logistics infrastructure. Transportation and logistics networks represent perhaps the most critical constraint to intra-African trade today. Under the GTI, for Kenya, for example, to ship its Exide batteries to Ghana, it took 6 weeks because the shipment had to go through Singapore. This extended the route, of course, and this was, of course, due to the vessel not being fully loaded. And it then needed to pick up additional cargo in Singapore before proceeding to Ghana. Such logistical challenges are common in Africa, where limited cabotage traffic often necessitates detours to ports like Singapore or European hubs to consolidate cargo before reaching the final destination on the continent. A significant increase in container fleets is clearly needed, alongside the emergence of continental and inland waterways. Specifically, we need to develop regional maritime shipping capacity with dedicated vessels for intra-African routes. We need modernized ports infrastructure with efficient cargo handling systems. We need to complete cross-border rail networks to reduce the 77% reliance on expensive road transportation, as noted by the ECA. We need air cargo hubs strategically positioned to serve regional markets. These investments must be approached not as national projects, but as continental assets critical to our collective prosperity. The scale of investments required is substantial, but so too are the potential returns. Infrastructure investments specifically targeting intra-African trade corridors would yield even higher returns, and by directly enabling the kind of trade expansion envisaged under the FTA. We must be innovative in mobilizing the necessary resources. Traditional public financing, as we've heard repeatedly today, and development assistance will not be sufficient. We need to leverage institutional private capital through well-structured public-private partnerships. We need to explore alternative financing mechanisms in the financing of these critical assets. 2, we need to accelerate the ratification and implementation of FTA protocols, the protocols on investment, on intellectual property, on competition policy, on digital trade, and women and youth in trade, represent Africa's ambitions codified in legal instruments. These protocols must be brought to life through ratification and alignment of domestic legal systems. They provide the framework for transforming the continent's economic landscape, but remaining largely on paper rather than in practice today. Member states must expedite domestic ratification and harmonize national laws with protocol provisions. The business community needs clarity and certainty about the rules governing continental trade, and this will come from full implementation of these protocols. Beyond ratification, effective implementation requires building institutional capacity at both the continental and national levels. National trade facilitation committees, investment promotion agencies, competition authorities, and intellectual property offices need strengthening to effectively administer the respective aspects of the agreement. Technical assistance and peer learning should be prioritized to ensure that capacity constraints do not become bottlenecks to the implementation of the FTA. Moreover, we must recognize that protocol implementation is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing process that requires continuous monitoring and evaluation and adjustment as we go on with regular reviews of implementation progress. And this should inform targeted interventions to address the various challenges and bottlenecks as we find them. The third is to build productive capacity for the fourth industrial revolution. The initial trade basket under the AfCFTA already shows promising signs with value-added goods comprising a significant proportion of trade. However, we need to accelerate industrial transformation to truly capitalize on the agreement's potential. African production must embrace robotics, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence as central elements of industrial processes. Consider the transformative potential of robotics. And I must refer to the brilliant lecture given at last year's Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture by Mr. Mayinka of Google. And he completely demystified the use of AI and how it could apply in our everyday lives in Africa, and how it has become even cheaper and more available. So this is no longer rocket science, despite the fact that we are talking about significant technological development. Robotics can be deployed in manufacturing sectors, such as the automotive assembly, electronics production, and food processing. Automated systems maintain precision while operating continuously, allowing African manufacturers to achieve consistency and scale that can compete globally. Collaborative robots that work alongside humans can increase productivity while preserving jobs. The Internet of Things creates opportunities for remote management of industrial systems. Manufacturing facilities can implement sensors that monitor production lines in real time, identifying maintenance needs before breakdowns even occur. In agriculture, precision farming uses connected devices to optimize irrigation and fertilization. And we're seeing several examples of that already all over Africa. In healthcare, the Internet of Things enables remote consultations and monitoring, extending specialized care to rural communities. Artificial intelligence has broad applications, from predictive maintenance in transportation to quality control in manufacturing. AI systems can manage complex processes, simultaneously increasing safety and efficiency in logistics. AI, of course, as we know, optimizes routes and resources allocation, reducing costs and environmental impact. These technologies are not futuristic fantasy. They are present realities that can be deployed across Africa with the right infrastructure and skills. This transformation requires significantly increased investments in power generation, of course, and distribution, expanded affordable internet access across the continent, digital skilling programs focused on production rather than just consumption, research and development hubs that adapt global technologies to African contexts. Our industrial development strategies must leap beyond traditional industrialization paths to position Africa competitively in the global value chains. The fourth industrial revolution offers an opportunity to overcome historical disadvantages if we act decisively. We must address the movement of people, and this is the fourth. We must address the movement of people. This would mean fast-tracking the ratification of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. It is only through the free movement of African entrepreneurs, professionals, skilled workers, that we can fully activate the potential of our goods and services markets. Visa barriers, work permit restrictions currently undermine the very essence of the single market. The economic case for free movement of persons is already defined by compelling studies by the World Bank and others. They have demonstrated that increased labor mobility leads to higher productivity, to knowledge and transfer and innovation, and innovation. In the context of the free trade area, free movement is particularly important for the development of services which often require the physical presence for service delivery. While security and sovereignty concerns are legitimate, they should not be used as pretext for maintaining unnecessary restrictions on movement. We need pragmatic, phased approaches that balance these concerns with the economic imperative of increased mobility. And this could include mutual recognition of qualifications, streamlined visa processing for business travelers, and special provisions for specific categories of workers aligned with regional development priorities. The fifth is that we must document and scale success models. We must document and we must scale success models. The rapid ratification of the Free Trade Agreement demonstrates the continent's capacity for decisive action when political will exists. We must systematically document early successes under the agreement. We must analyze what makes them work and create replicable models for wider application. Success stories from the Guided Trade Initiative should be studied, not just as individual transactions, but as pathways that can be scaled. When a Kenyan battery manufacturer successfully exports to Ghana, despite the logistical challenges, what lessons can be applied to facilitate similar trade flows? When Rwanda's coffee reaches new markets under preferential terms, how can these channels be expanded to other products? I would respectfully suggest that the ECA should consider establishing a knowledge repository of best practices with detailed case studies of trade successes under the agreement. These should inform practical implementation guidelines that member states can apply in their own unique context. But let me very quickly raise some more contemporary headwinds that the implementation of the FTA faces. What do we do, for example, about the weaponization of trade and tariffs? Now, it's clear that we're going to have to confront this in the coming months and years, perhaps. These challenges obviously require preparation and intentionality on the part of national and regional policymakers. But there is a need to enhance continental thinking on what to do. Africa should learn from the COVID-19 experience, when borders were shut and countries put their own self-interest first. Another crisis is brewing, like the tariff weaponization of trade and tariffs. And an ostrich mode is not going to be helpful. There's a need to clearly articulate our interests, not broadly, but informed reflection and analysis should follow on the trading dynamics with the agitated parties, the potential scenarios and implications, alongside action to hedge and to protect our own interests in the event of these headwinds getting out of hand. There's also the other question around trade and peace and democracy and trade, the nexus between trade and peace and democracy and peace. And these are important to consider. The countries that are yet to ratify the treaty are those with conflict issues. Also, those countries with unconstitutional transitions of power are often removed from regional blocs, including the FCTA. Now, this, of course, has implications for trading dynamics. How should evolving political dynamics be managed in the continental market? I think we may need further reflection on the sanction of excluding erring member states from membership of the FTA to fight unconstitutional changes of power. The problem with that is the glaring difficulty that it brings to our regional value chain ambitions. There's also, of course, the fact that regional economic integration is actually hinged on the integration of people. It is the people, the big and small businesses, that make economic integration possible. And when we remove offending governments from our regional economic blocks, we also punish the people who have worked hard and invested resources in establishing trade across borders, more than we punish even perhaps the offenders. And reintegration, once removed, once integration is dissolved, is difficult to recalibrate. Let us now turn very quickly to the future. The FTA as the glue for African integration. It's been 5 years since the commencement of the implementation of the FTA. Looking ahead to the next 5 years, to 2030, the FTA should serve as the glue that binds Africa's economic integration. How? The first is developed regional value chains. By 2030, Africa should have established robust regional value chains in key sectors, such as the automotive industry, pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, and digital services. These value chains should incorporate producers from different countries, leveraging comparative advantages. The second is interconnected infrastructure. A comprehensive network of roads, railways, ports, and digital infrastructure should seamlessly connect African markets, reducing logistic costs to compete globally. The third is a digital trade revolution. The digital trade, fintech, and e-commerce represent Africa's opportunity to leapfrog traditional development constraints. Africa now accounts for more than half of the world's mobile money accounts and is ahead of most regions in fintech and payment solutions. The Pan-African payment and settlement system must be fully operational across all member states, allowing businesses to trade in local currencies without conversion costs. Africa's creative economy, our music, film, fashion, and digital content, valued at nearly $59 billion today, should grow to become a cornerstone of intra-African trade, especially through digital channels. The fourth is technology-driven production systems. By 2030, African manufacturing must be transformed through technology-driven production systems. Smart factories equipped with advanced robotics should be processing our raw materials into finished products. Additive manufacturing, 3D printing, should enable localized production of complex components, reducing dependence on imports. The Internet of Things should connect production facilities across borders, creating integrated manufacturing ecosystems, where design manufactured in Kenya can be instantly produced in facilities across Morocco or Ghana. Artificial intelligence should optimize these production systems, predicting maintenance needs, managing supply chains, and ensuring quality control far more efficiently than traditional methods. These technologies will enable African producers to achieve unprecedented levels of productivity, quality, and customization. The fifth is financial integration. African capital markets should be integrated, enabling companies to raise funds across the continent. Regional stock exchanges should facilitate cross-border investments, and harmonized financial regulations should allow financial institutions to operate seamlessly across multiple jurisdictions. The sixth is free movement of people. African professionals, entrepreneurs, and workers must be able to move freely across borders, contributing their skills and talents where they're most needed. This will activate the full potential of the services component of the FTA. The seventh is taking advantage of our climate competitiveness. 60% of renewable energy potential is African. 40% of critical minerals we have. A large young workforce is also ours. We also have that. We can become the first truly green industrial civilization in the world, providing green jobs and opportunities by adopting the climate positive growth paradigm of development, which was endorsed, by the way, by the AU at the Africa Summit, the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi in 2023. Let me conclude by saying that the success or failure of the FTA will turn on one central point: leadership. African leadership must consider the Continental Trade Agreement important enough to lead the effort to implement it. Indeed, to achieve tangible results, regional integration should be an intentional political project. The same passion and priority accorded to decolonization and anti-apartheid should inform the regional integration of Africa. The best positioned to lead this effort are the largest African economies. As my friend Ambassador D.M. Dikolu, who worked here this year, puts it, the African economic hegemons, the larger African economies, by economic and population size and structural progress, should step up to the plate. The hegemons should lead industrialization efforts. The hegemons should arrange compensation mechanisms. They must lead the charge. We must be able to attach some names to this effort. The history of the EU, for example, is replete with actual political leaders and public intellectuals and technocrats who stuck out their necks and even staked their careers on the success of the EU. Africa needs its own names, names of leaders who understand that integration is existential for Africa. African political and private sector leaders must be persuaded that trade-led development is a tide huge enough to ensure that every ship floats. They must believe, like Adebayo Adedeji did, that the individual success of African nations is best assured by the success of the African continent. The journey of African integration that Adedeji envisioned decades ago is now at a critical juncture. The FTA provides us with the tools to realize this vision of a unified, prosperous Africa. It is our collective responsibility to turn this vision into reality, not just for ourselves, but for future generations of Africans who deserve to inherit a continent that has fulfilled its immense potential. Thank you very much for listening.
Can we give him another round of applause, please? I thought he was not going to speak about the political issue. I was waiting for him whether he was going to do that. But he ended up with that. Leadership is the elephant in the room. I think that's the point that he made, concluding that the CFTA should be an intentional political project. It must not be accidental. It must be an intentional political project. We'll take two questions. We are really running behind time, just only two, and it has to be very burning before I invite the Mr. Adedeji's son, Ojo Adedeji, to give vote of thanks to the lecture. Two questions, burning questions that we may have, only two. We are still digesting the lecture. We were so eloquent, probably he lost us somewhere. Only two questions. I can't see any hand in the room. I will assume that the lecture was so good, we enjoyed it so much, that we have no question for him. Or probably he lost us somewhere. Egypt, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I rather have very quick comments rather than a question. So for being speaking for the first time, I would like to extend sincere gratitude and appreciation for this esteemed invitation extended to us by His Excellency Ambassador Gititi. And I also would like to send our appreciation to the entire team for meticulous preparation and to the government of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality. I also would like to congratulate His Excellency Minister Mazur of Morocco for electing Morocco as the chair of incoming bureau, and appreciation and thanks to the ongoing bureau chaired by Zimbabwe. I'm honored to represent here Minister Hassan Khatib, Minister of Investment and Foreign Trade of Egypt, who sent his warm regards and best wishes for successful meeting, and also his apologies for not being to attend due to prior commitment. I would like to say very few things about what Egypt is doing in regard to the implementation of the AFCFTA. First, of course, we strongly advocate for the expedited implementation of this instrumental initiative. All protocols and scheduled commitments, despite the challenges, we believe that the AFCFTA can significantly boost intra-Africa trade, which remains remarkably low. Actually, it's decreasing. It was 17% 3-4 years ago, and now it's 14.6%. This agreement should be viewed as developmental tool rather than a trade liberalization mechanism. Egypt's dedication to the AFCFTA is evident. It is active participation in the Guided Trade Initiative. The majority of the AFCFTA certificates of origin originated from Egypt to date, underscoring our commitment to fostering regional trade. Second point, to overcome the hurdles facing the AFCFTA, such as infrastructure deficit, I think there is a lot of talks about this. This is a very critical issue. And also non-tariffs barrier. We propose strategic investment in infrastructure and policy harmonization. This includes leveraging public-private partnership and multilateral financing to enhance trade facilitation and eliminate barriers to cross-border commerce. Third point and last point, in the face of rapidly evolving global economic landscape and escalating trade tensions, Africa must intensify its trade and industrialization efforts. The ongoing trade tensions pose significant threat to the rule-based multilateral trading system, eroding its core principles and foundational structure. Developing countries, particularly in Africa, will encounter increased uncertainty in regard to their trade and rights for preferential treatment. It is crucial for us to remain united and proactive during this particular time, and leveraging the FCFTA is essential.
Thank you, sir.
Nowadays.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think
I was finishing. I was left just like one sentence left. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we're really constrained by time. We have to bring this lecture to a close. I would like to invite, on behalf of the Adedeji family, Ojo Adedeji, to give the vote of thanks. Ojo.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Craig Katete, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Riyad Mazou, Chair of the Bureau and Minister of Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Morocco. Your Excellency, Honorable Mtuli Kumbe, immediate past Chair of the Bureau. Distinguished Speaker, Your Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, immediate past Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Alagi Maron, Secretary of the Commission, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of Finance, Economic and Development Planning, and Ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ojo Adedeji, and I'm speaking for and on behalf of the Adebayo Adedeji family. As we approach the 7th anniversary of the passing of our father, I'd like to extend the family's heartfelt thanks to the entire UNECA organization for continuing to honor his memory through this annual Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture. To our distinguished speaker, Your Excellency, I thank you for accepting the invitation to be this year's guest speaker. You're an African-focused international statesman par excellence, and your continued contributions through Future Perspective, GAPP, CAP-A, and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation will further enshrine your impact on the continent. You're well known for your captivating speeches. I'm glad to have been personally privy to one such moment today. As a segue, I have to inform you that I'm using your speech of 20th February 2025 as an historical lesson to my children on Nigeria's ability to move beyond the past, no matter how bitter and adversarial our past relations may be, and come together. I hope that this can become an Africa-wide objective. To Your Excellencies, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in the ministerial segment of the 57th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Your collective wisdom and approach give hope to transformative strategic actions in key areas such as free trade, digitalization, technology, food security, and energy transformation in Africa. The potential of the African free trade area cannot be underestimated. And I know that if my father were here, he would be shouting advance, advance, with his normal look, which was enough to send shivers down our spines. Our profound thanks to all of you who have participated physically or virtually in this year's memorial lecture, and to all those within the ECA who, as usual, work behind the scenes on making this memorial lecture happen. I thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we bring the 2025 Adebayo Adedeji Lecture to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you for facilitating, organizing the lecture, Mr. Said Adejumobi. Thank you to the Adedeji family for being with us, and really a special thanks to our guest lecturer this year, His Excellency Oluyemi Osinbajo, former Vice President of Nigeria, for speaking to the building blocks of how to make the AFCFTA transformative in a technical sense. But again, another mantra that I think, if we remember nothing else, let's remember the principle. And he said, let's remember integration is an existential matter for Africa. If nothing else, let that be the sentence we remember. Thank you, sir, for all that you said and you espoused. We carry on now as we launch the Africa Economic Report for 2025. And I'd like to defer to Stephen Karingi, the Director for Regional Integration and Trade here at the ECA. Stephen Karingi, please come and speak to us and tell us about what to expect in terms of the economic report to help us plan for the year ahead.
I would like first, Rato, if you permit, to thank the Adejumobi family for their insightful contribution to this session. Thank you very much to what you've done for the session and what you've done for the continent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Stephen, please, we are fasting, some of us here, but a lot of people are hungry and we're getting late. Make it short and simple so that we can move very fast. Thank you very much. We cannot hear you. Mike, please.
Good. So thank you so much, Chair. I was saying that I'll stand on the existing protocols that were established in the morning, and my role here is basically to present to you, Excellencies, the economic report on Africa that has actually been prepared by your commission, tackling the theme, advancing the implementation of the agreement on the AFCFTA. Now, what I would want to say is that the report is in two parts. The first part, basically what the report does is to give us the socio-economic situation and the mega trends that underpin the agreement, or at least that set the lay of land within which this agreement is being implemented. So we have some positive things happening for the continent, a youthful population, abundance of natural resources. We have a very dynamic, technologically savvy young people and growing population, and there's also a growing consumer market. But on the other hand, as you have heard, even from some of the points that were made in the morning when you had your breakfast session, there are things that we are worried about. This is issues of stagnation of trade, especially the global trade. Okay, you want me to hurry up more? You hurry up. Yes, okay. So that's the lay of the land. So, and this is exactly what is happening on our growth. Things are stable globally. Africa is recovering, but we are yet to go back to where we were before the pandemic. If you want to look at who is doing what by sub-region, the East African region is leading the African economic growth, and most of this is because of domestic demand. And for West Africa, it's actually things to do with mining activity that is actually driving this growth. South Africa, compared to the other region, is the one that is lagging behind of the 5 sub-regions. Now, we had the story about what's happening about our fiscal situation. Things are not as bad as they were before. And also, the debt, at least things have moderated, but it's still high. And we want to thank you, ministers, because at least when it comes to the inflation, the actions you are taking are actually easing the inflationary pressures. So, given that macro situation, the AFCFTA, the report then spends a good amount of time to look at the AFCFTA. The Secretary General this morning, His Excellency Wamkele, told us what the AFCFTA is about and what is currently happening. So the report gives you much more details on that issue. And then your commission has actually done some empirical work to try to tell the story, what are the socioeconomic benefits of the AFCFTA? Now, some of these numbers, you have heard them in the statements that were made this morning, but I would want to emphasize that all the empirical work that we have done here indicates is going to be a positive impact of the AFCFTA. When you get the report, the way you should read these numbers is to the following. You have another 9 years to fully implement the commitments you have made under the AFCFTA. Now, those commitments, once you implement them, they are also going to take a bit of time to feed through our economies. So these numbers is basically what the AFCFTA will mean after full implementation and full feeding through the economy in the year 2045. By that time, because of the AFCFTA, we'll have an additional 45% of intra-African trade, and when it comes to issues of food security, we'll be trading more on intra-African agri-food, and our manufacturing will be much higher in terms of intra-African trade because of this. So, and also, you see in the report, we have some case studies of a few countries where we demonstrate that the AFCFTA will actually have led to a reduction of poverty and also improvement of inequality situation. In other words, it will create people who are far behind will come up. Now, but to realize the AFCFTA potential, we have heard from His Excellency, the former Vice President, some of the transformative strategic actions that he listed. Interestingly, for the report, we go deeper on those. We talk about the regional value chains. You had the AFCFTA has 4 that is focusing on. The report talks those beyond 4 that we need to focus on. It talks about the opportunities that the AFCFTA offers for Africa to take full advantage of its renewables potential. And the report also proposes the possibilities of a carbon pricing mechanism that would actually be useful for unlocking the full potential of the renewable energy. The report does make a strong argument that we may want to think as a continent of having a common industrial policy as a way not only of deepening the regional value chains, but also as a response to the global shocks that we are seeing as countries use industrial policy against, to respond to the challenges that they are facing. So the report gives you details on that. So how do we, what else as the report says? The report also indicates how we can be able to deal with the development challenges, including in the food security, because you asked for that last year, issues of energy, and also the issues of poverty and inequality, and also the challenges to do with access to healthcare. And we also think there is a peace and development nexus because of the AFCFTA that we can exploit. The report makes good arguments about that. So how do we then bridge the gaps for successful implementation of AFCFTA? And I'm almost there, Chair. We need to do a few things. We need to address issues of incoherent national implementation mechanisms. And some of these issues came up when we did a survey as your commission of what are the experiences of the guided trade initiative. Other points that we need to address is the issue of accelerating the harmonization of standards across countries, and also, of course, the investments that we have had on infrastructure. Quickly, I think I'll jump this and come to this and say, in terms of what we need to do, the report gives some clear recommendations that for us to fully realize the benefits that it promises, we need to fully implement it. And when we mean implement it, I think Prof has actually articulated the regulatory institutional issues that we need to address at the country level. We should also prioritize acceleration of the efforts of the Boosting Intra-African Trade Action Plan because it addresses the infrastructure issues. And the report is also saying, look deeper on the regional value chains. Our executive secretary always reminds you there are 94 regional value chains that have been identified. The AFCFTA Secretariat and its Council of Ministers is focusing on 4 at the moment, but there are many others that we need to address, and the report talks about that. And finally, really, when you are domesticating the AFCFTA, don't leave behind the private sector and other stakeholders within the country. As a secretariat, we are working with you on your implementation strategies, and we are happy to say that we see you engaging all the stakeholders, but can we deepen that so that no one is left behind? So I do commend to you the report, and I want to thank all the ECA colleagues that were involved in the production of this report under the leadership of our Executive Secretary and our Chief Economist and my colleague Director, Susanna of Macro Division. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen Karengi, for keeping it brief. And it seems quite comprehensive. And there's also a peace dividend to it when implemented correctly, the AFCFTA. So you can read at your leisure. I see it's being distributed. Right now, we're going to break for lunch. And as you can see...
No. Sorry. Thank you. We're not breaking for lunch for the moment. I'm going to keep you hungry a little bit. So we're going to take a few interventions before we go to lunch. Maximum 5, if you permit. 2 minutes each, so that we can then go to lunch. Is that okay with you? So thank you, Stephen, for this presentation. Who wants to make an intervention? We take in the list. Anyone? Everyone hungry? Oh, DRC. My friend. Who's next? Sierra Leone. And then? Someone there? I can't read it. It's not behind Sierra Leone. Oh, it's Sierra Leone. So we have 2 interventions. Someone is missing? I hear a voice. 2 only? Go ahead. Oh, Gambia. That's all. We close the list. So, Mr. Minister, DRC. Libya too? Okay. Okay, great. Okay. DRC, the floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to start by congratulating you for your election at the helm of the Bureau. But I would equally like to appreciate the ECA for all the communities, all the facilities provided to us since our arrival. Allow me to appreciate the Ethiopian authorities as well. On listening to the report, I feel there is a lack of ambition with regards to the AFCFTA. When we say we are targeting a GDP growth rate of 1.2% by 2045, I think it's not very ambitious. This means we do not feel like we can shift our economies when the world as a whole is turning to Africa for its raw materials. Here we have developed an ambitious project to develop our value chains, especially the plans in Zambia and the DRC. When I was in minister, I steered an initiative which I left to my colleague, now Minister of Commerce. I think this project aims at capturing enough resources at the global level to enable Africa to rise to the level of the emerging nations. I feel there is here a lack of ambition on our part. thinking that in 20 years we'll only reach a growth rate of 1.20%, we ought to have greater ambitions and endow ourselves with a tool that will allow us to achieve these goals. Secondly, I think we should not go astray when defining our priorities. Other communities like that of Europe, its European community since 1951, base themselves on atomic energy, among other resources. But we can focus on a number of industries through which we can chart the trajectory for developing Africa. And here I want to touch on security, because you know that some African countries are still facing security challenges. Security ought to be one of the major pillars for our continent's development. Second pillar could be infrastructure. Third pillar, energy. Fourth pillar, agriculture. If we consider such pillars, major pillars that can be the basis for our economic policies, by 2045, we could reach a growth rate that exceeds 1.2%. Because even at the DRC, we have a growth rate of about 5 to 6% each year. But how can an entire continent consider their growth rate to 1.2% when a single country can, on its own, achieve 6%? So I would like us to have greater ambitions so that we have the proper tools to achieve greater objectives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. If this is well noted, if I understand clearly, our economist in chief will explain that later. 1.2% is a little bit low compared to what we have today, and it is not the growth we are targeting. It is well noted. Now, Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity. Allow me also to congratulate you and other members of the Bureau on your election. Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate the discussions that we've had, especially the just concluded lectures that we've listened to, I am concerned that there is a big issue, a big elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. And if we want to achieve success and progress in economic and political governance, these are issues that should be tackled, or this is an issue that should be tackled head on. We must speak about it openly, honestly, and tackle that issue. The issue is about corruption. I think all the days that we've spent, we've mentioned that very little. I was expecting to hear from the highest political leadership in this room issues about corruption. We have to be honest. Corruption is affecting Africa. We must speak about it and tackle it head on. And as we contemplate on the political leadership issues to take the AfCFTA forward, I want to implore the ECA and the African Union to make the fight against corruption a big agenda. It should be part of our economic governance. Otherwise, we will not move forward as a continent. We can have all the digitalization, because corruption is about people, and digitalization also is about people. It's people that do all the mechanics, the connections, and the inputting. So if there are corruptions, nothing will be done in the way that we're supposed to do it. So therefore, I want to implore this body, the Commission and the AU, for us to begin to speak about corruption openly, but also take corruption fight very, very seriously as we take the AfCFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, for this intervention. Thank you. Thank you. You can approve. Now the floor is for Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also join my previous colleagues to observe protocol and thank all those who have been thanked before. especially including the government of Ethiopia for giving us the hospitality that we have received since we came here. I also be cognizant of the short time that people have to go and take their have lunch to also be very brief. But I want to really pick on what has been said in a previous meeting I had this morning with the Minister of Finance. We are talking about resource mobilization and build it on the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think given the uncertainties that we're having now, we're experiencing globally, we know ODA is coming down. We are seeing, looking at just watching the news, we know that we've seen what has happened to USAID. We know what is going to happen to the rest of our partners. I think what we should be thinking now is how do we trade ourselves out of poverty or trade ourselves into prosperity. And I think that is what African Continental Free Trade Area gives us. It gives us the platform for us really to look at. I remember in the early 90s when we were looking at the inter-African trade, it was about 9-point-something%. Now it is 14.6%. There's an improvement, but definitely a significant room exists for us to move ahead and improve. So that is really for us in the Gambia and the opportunity that African Continental Free Trade Area gives us. But I think we just don't sit down there and expect it will work. We'll have to really invest in it. First of all, I also want to pick on what ECA said this morning, that we are not lacking of resources. We lack the mechanism or the platform to really mobilize them. I just came in after some years in here. I went and saw our beautiful conference center at the OAU Conference Center, and I was told it cost about 204 million. And then I looked and I said it was a gift from China. You understand? We were very grateful for the ODA we had received. But when we did this simple arithmetic, we said with a population of 1.5 billion Africans, 10% of us is 153 million. If we were to invest, to finance that beautiful edifice, it would have cost each of that 10% $1.36. And when I checked on what the World Bank is saying now about the international poverty line, it is 2.15. So what it cost us, what would it cost even 10% of our population to build that nice edifice would have been less than the poverty line. So many resources are available. So therefore, I think we at this stage, what do we need?
Can you please conclude?
Yes, that's what I'm concluding. I'm going to conclude by in addition to that mix, what also I think you mentioned it in your speech was about artificial intelligence, and I'm not bribing you to get more time, but it was on my speaking notes, and I was speaking notes here. That this is a phenomenon that is invading the earth and invading globally. So we should really be plugged into it and build our capacities to leverage that and see it and see as an instrument to leverage opportunities given by the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you for the short.
Thank you, Gambia. الكلمة الآن لليبيا.
Now I give the floor to Libya.
شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you.
وعن وفد المرافق نتقدم
on behalf of my delegation, we extend our wholeheartedly thanks and appreciation to Ethiopia, the people of Ethiopia, and the government of Ethiopia. Would also express our appreciation to all the participants in this 57th session and the Conference of Ministers of Planning and Economy. And I'm relaying here the greetings of Mr. Mohammed Wish, the Ministry of Trade in Libya, and he indicated that our participation here as Libya is very important in strengthening cooperation among African countries, members at ECA. Would like to seize this opportunity to congratulate our brotherly nation of Morocco for presiding over this committee and also for hosting the 58th session in March 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy is witnessing humongous challenges and so many political and economic developments, and this affected all sorts of areas, either investments, social, economic, whatever. And that's why we need to have concerted efforts to face all these challenges, and we can do that by rolling all related programs and projects to have better integration in the region. We need to have sustainable, inclusive programs in Africa. We need to work as partners under this committee to have more intra-African trade. We need to focus on partnerships and PPPs between the public and private sectors and to invest in the human capital. We call on everybody to have a unified voice to improve the global financial structure and engineering. We need to work on implementing the SDGs. We're all working hard on that. The purpose of that is to have a better future for Africa. This has a global strategic importance. Libya as one of the founding members of AU and the Sahel and Sahara. And through our participation in ECA, we're also keen on following up the economic developments in the continent and to participate in all the African meetings and to benefit from their outcomes to improve our economic development, to eliminate poverty, to transform to a digital economy, and to achieve food security, and to improve the transit and services trade among African countries. We're working hard that Africa is the land of prosperity, and thank you very much.
Shukran, Libya, shukran.
Would like to thank Libya for this intervention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we want to congratulate you upon your appointment this morning, and because Morocco is well known for pragmatic leadership, we have a lot of hope in your leadership into this team. I think the what and the how has been determined through this report and the area presentations. The issue I think now is on the implementation and to move pragmatically to make sure that we deliver the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is very critical for us for socio-economic transformation of the continent. But having said that, there's an emerging issue which was mentioned, the issue of compensating for revenue loss to the member countries, to the participating member countries. And the figure I think was mentioned, and it was quite huge, billions of dollars, of which Afrexim Bank is offering 1 billion. That's quite scary, you know, and I kept wondering how we are going to mobilize this resource. And I'm a bit worried that this may become an impediment to the progress that we are attaining if we are to insist on mobilizing this money at a time when we badly need money for investment. Now, in economics, we learn one important principle of opportunity cost. I think this is where the opportunity cost principle applies. If we are to go for Africa Continental Free Trade Area, there's certainly something that we have to forego. And we are going to forego the customs-related revenues, in anticipation that we are now going to move for income-related revenue, tax revenues. So that's the benefit. And the opportunity cost is foregoing customs revenue in anticipation for income-based revenues. So I think that to deal with this impediment, we should consider this opportunity cost as a way forward in taking the Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation forward. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Uganda, for this comment. And if you allow me a small comment on this.
In Morocco, we have free trade agreements with more than 100 countries. And custom people, which are represented here in the room, we never had that much custom revenues. It's not instinctive to understand, but custom revenues that increase too. So, الكلمة الآن لمصر.
Thank you very much.
I give the floor to Egypt.
My intervention, I was.
Uganda, can you switch off your microphone? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was a little bit confused. I thought that we are allowed to have interventions immediately after the brilliant lecture by His Excellency. I wanted to deliver the message of His Excellency the Minister, but I think it was clear, and the message of commitment and commitment and full cooperation. I'm afraid to speak more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give a word to our dear Executive Secretary, Mr. Gatete, to comment on the interventions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and for leading us into this process. I just wanted to say something before our experts come in, just because I was listening to the people, and I liked what the DRC delegate mentioned, that when you are coming to do the implementation, doing everything at once becomes very complicated. And I think one needs to pick and choose. And the areas he mentioned, infrastructure, we'll talk about it as long as it takes, but we need it. We need, because you have to move the goods back and forth, we need to link with each other. Number two, the issues of minerals, which is very critical, of which you have 30% globally of the minerals that are needed. To do it right and making sure that it benefits our people, this becomes very, very important. The other issue is that 60% of the arable land right now, it's in Africa. And since we were talking about agriculture, this is an area that also we need to be discussing, but also look at it from the regional value chain point of view, where you need to add value, where you need to create industries for the future, where you need to standardize. And the issue that he mentioned also that is very useful, and also that was said by Sierra Leone, there are two things that you cannot just go for development and forget to address the issues of security, forget to address the issues of corruption. These are the issues that also affect and actually affect the whole entire development process. On the issue of the 1.2%, maybe that I wanted just to clarify, and I think our colleagues are going to say it. This is not the growth for Africa. This is saying that countries are going to develop at different rates. Some at 6%, others at 10%, others at different rates. But because of this market, there is going to be an additional 1.2 because of that market. But it is not that the whole of Africa by 2045 is going to grow by 1.2%. Already, we have been above this percentage for a long time. And maybe it is a presentation, it is the way it is presented. But the perception actually can be there. If you can notice this one, it means other people reading the document may also feel the same. And I think we need to do some clarification on that. Thank you very much for bringing this one here. On another issue for the corruption, we have already met with the former President Mbeki. We want to start on the illicit financial flows, the document. We want to do another whole exercise, come up with the right numbers, come up with action plans that are needed, and then present it actually to the African Union Summit, so that the heads of state themselves can be able to take a decision on how to make sure that we can implement it together. We can talk among ourselves, but it requires heads of state as well to take decisions and lead it. Finally, I wanted to also appreciate, and this is what we should do as we move forward, what Egypt mentioned in terms of sharing experience. We want to hear from your experiences of what you are doing right so that we can replicate them in other countries. And that's why those stories are very, very important for us. We'll be able to approach you as the ECA to compile these kind of success stories in various countries as we implement the CFTA. So I believe this can help us in terms of also implementing them in our own country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Secretary Gatete. Stephen, would you like to add something? They will authorize you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, yes, for your your answer to part of the questions. Let me thank the member states that have taken the floor to ask this, to make comments. And I think there are two that I need to respond to because the ES has responded. The first one from the DRC. Okay, so we have a schedule that countries have agreed, LDCs and non-LDCs, in terms of opening up their market. And I think the last date will be around 2033, 2035. Implementation has already begun, and it is going annual. You don't remove the 97% tariff reduction agreed at the same time. So what we have done in our report, and you'll see that in chapter 3, we have first of all built a baseline. And the assumption that that baseline captures is that the DRC and all the other member states here are also having other programs that are driving growth in their economies. And I think that's what the ES has said. Now, so in 2045, when you have finished implementing the agreement and the policy impact will have fed through, in the year 2045, Africa will have an additional, on top of what it has been having, 1.2% in terms of GDP because of the AFCFTA. Now, based on our baseline, that's something like an additional $150 billion in that year. But you have to remember that between that year and now, you are actually having additional GDP because of the actions countries are taking in the normal baseline as usual, and also in addition because of the AFCFTA. And just to make the point clear, in the year 2045, the intra-African trade will be higher by $245 billion. Today, our intra-African trade is about 100 billion, 120 billion. So in 2045, because of the AFCFTA, we'll have an additional $245 billion, of which 59 billion additional will be in intra-African food trade.
You're not taking back the time I took you in the first intervention, don't you?
Sorry?
You're not taking back the time I took of you.
No, Chair. So I just wanted to make the point clear. And lastly, for Uganda, I was going to say there is actually an element of the answer I have given, that the tariff phase down is not happening abruptly. It is actually over a period of time. So the revenue replacement might even happen because of additional VAT, because of the growth that is happening and the growth of private sector that is driving this additional intra-African trade that I've mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
You're so good. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will give the floor back to our MC before interrupting the session for lunch.
Could just be turned on. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all our honourable ministers and dignitaries for your interventions. We are now breaking for lunch. However, I just have a housekeeping note. May I invite the two Deputy Executive Secretaries to come onto stage and join the dignitaries on stage for another photo opportunity. So that's you, Hanan Morsi, and Antonio Pedro, and then our dignitaries will be led to lunch. Lunch is in the banqueting area. The ushers will direct you, and then we will resume the program at 2:30. Now, this is what I wanted to say earlier.
At 3:30.
3:30.
We are already two. They have 1.5.
3:30.
Okay. At 3:30.
All right. So as you can see, the chair is very meticulous about time and how things work. So please, can we be back here promptly when required? Thank you.
Enjoy your meal. La séance est levée. Merci.
Session is adjourned. Thank you.
Just for the
Recording stopped. Test. Test one. Test. Check one. Test. 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 Check. Test. Ara. ይሄም አይሰራም። ቴስት ቴስት። ይሄ ይሰራል። ቴስት 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 ቴስት። ትንሽ ወረድ ያለ ይሄኛው ትንሽ ወረድ ያለ
ላይ እየገባባቸው
ቴስት ቴስት ቴስት
Check, check, check. Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, no problem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may humbly request that we each take our seats. I know that there are a few colleagues who are still straddling in from lunch, but for those who are already inside the conferencing hall, please may I request that we take our seats so that we can prepare for our next section of the dialogue. And as the chair has said, we need to be really mindful of time. It's been a long day, and we still have 3 really important agenda items to get through in today's dialogue. So if we can just try to get on with the program, it would be helpful. If I may just ask everybody to take their seats, and we'll begin in about 2 minutes so that we can get through the program as designed for you today. And for all our executives who need to be on stage, please could you make your way to the podium. So with the powers vested in me, just for 2 minutes by the current Bureau Chair, I'm going to request that all of our ministers and governors and dignitaries please take your seats so that we can begin with the afternoon segment of today's agenda. And in that way, can we also be mindful of time, because we do have quite a detailed program for the post-lunch session, and we'd like to get through as much of it as possible without delaying the events that we can look forward to this evening, courtesy of the generosity of the government of Ethiopia. So if I may ask you to please take your seats as we wait for our remaining members to join us. What are we waiting for? Okay. So we're just going to allow the ES and our high-level executives to make their way to stage, and that will also just buy a little bit of time for you, our honourable ministers, to make your way into the auditorium. But if I may just ask, please, for everybody to settle down, we'd humbly appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, here we are. Executive Secretary is back. Should we continue? Oh, I take over? Okay. So, now, الآن يتم دراسة موضوع المؤتمر من طرف الأستاذة حنان مرسي نائبة كاتبة التنفيذية المكلفة بالبرامج وكبيرة الاقتصاديين للجنة الاقتصادية الإفريقية. تتقدم مشكورة.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Now I'll be presenting on the theme of the Conference of Ministers this year, which is advancing the implementation of the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement and the strategic actions needed. We've been discussing in the morning number of issues, so I'll try in my presentation to really build also on some of the discussion that we have already been having throughout the day. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement can really be the instrument to leapfrog sustainable development in Africa, both building on the opportunities that we have in terms of youthful population, in terms of abundant natural resources, and in terms of technology to leapfrog development. But also it can help us in turning challenges that the continent is facing, for example, the global disruptions in supply chains. This creates opportunities for Africa to get into supply chains that it did not have the opportunity to do so before. Second area is also the issue of what we are seeing now in terms of rising trade tariffs. That really urges us to look more into the continent and how we can enhance intra-African trade. And intra-African trade can really help in terms of boosting growth, in terms of creating jobs, increasing trade, and moving up the value chain. However, as we currently stand, we have low intra-African trade relative to other regions. So within the continent, the average is around 15.8% of total trade that is intra-African, whereas in other regions, it exceeds 50%. But there's a good news. And the good news is even within that low number, it's about the promise and the quality of what type of intra-African trade we are actually seeing. So while we are seeing total exports of Africa being mainly dominated by fuel and metals, over 53% of the total exports, intra-African trade is actually dominated by manufacturing goods, by higher value-added exports. And this opens the potential to actually countries moving up the value chain, creating better jobs, higher wages, higher productivity, and it really opens all sorts of opportunities for the continent to actually exploit. What is interesting also is not only to look at that, the 43% that in intra-African trade that is, in manufacturing, but also to look into how is the story looking across sub-regions. And what we notice is, we have different stories. We have regions that have done better, sub-regions that have done better than others, and particularly Eastern Africa and Southern Africa regions have done better than the average, with Eastern Africa having, intra-African trade within that sub-region as a percent of total trade 27%, Southern Africa region, almost 23%. So that tells us that there is also variation across regions, and we need to learn, sub-regions need to learn from each other of what really helped to accelerate that regional integration. The good news is, even with that different story, this issue of having being dominated by manufacturing goods still remains, and this is very good news and very promising. The other thing to also, when we dig down into, within these sub-regions, we find out that it's really driven also by the share of the intra-African trade within the sub-region. So what does this tell us is that we need to start with the trade within the sub-region to build on that success and to enhance and deepen the regional integration. I wanted to perhaps provoke our thoughts today with a couple of examples about how we really need to not only increase the intra-African trade, but also move up the value chain. So if we look into the Africa exports of fertilizers between 2019 and 23, Africa exported around almost $10 billion worth of fertilizers a year to outside of the continent, outside of Africa. And yet at the same time, the continent imported fertilizers worth of $3.7 billion from other regions. And only $2 billion actually went traded within the continent. So what does this tell us? That we have huge opportunity to actually deepen that, even with the existing, production and the existing, specialization and pattern of production. So there are many opportunities. This is just an example. There are others that, we'll be happy to share. But this is, I think, just an illustration of the opportunities that exist as of today. Another example is to look, for example, at cashew nuts. The raw cashew nuts. Actually, Africa dominates the market in terms of production of raw cashew nuts. The vast majority. Yet, almost 85%. Yet, in terms of the processed cashew, it's mainly dominated by Asian countries and particularly Vietnam, 64%. So basically, Africa is exporting raw cashew for others to dominate the export of the processed product. So that's another opportunity where we can actually move up the value chain with, the current resources that we have to get higher shares of global markets. So I think I'll be very brief here because we have touched on this in earlier presentation. What are the benefits of the AFCFTA? Of course, we have the increase in GDP, as we've heard before, and these estimates are based on actually full implementation of the agreement and, by 2045. And we have also the potential to boost intra-African trade by 45%. And what is interesting here is that the benefits will be broadly shared across sectors, with some really gaining the most, of course, in agribusiness and industry. And this is really, very important because that tells us also the opportunity to focus on high value addition sectors. There is also the opportunity to advance regional value chains, and particularly in the food area and sustainable industrialization, and the opportunity to foster equality and poverty reduction in Africa. Something that we've talked and Your Excellencies have raised last year was the link between regional integration and how we can use that to address food and energy security and advance digitalization. So what we are talking about in this slide is the opportunity to leverage the agreement to progress toward these SDGs, relevant SDGs. So in terms of accelerating transition to renewable, there is the potential actually with the implementation of the agreement to lower the cost of electricity to 7 to 8 cents per kilowatt. And this can help Africa achieve universal electricity access by 2035. But also in terms of digitalization, it's estimated that 1% reduction in the restrictiveness of regulation would lead to 21.5% increase in intra-African digital trade. In terms of agricultural and food security, the full implementation of the agreement can lead to significant increases by 60% for intermediate goods, for agricultural intermediate goods, and 63% for final goods. So coming to, based on all this information, what are the policy recommendations? And here I'd like to break it down to 3 levels: national level, regional level, and continent-wide level. Starting with the national level, there is of course the need to implement the agreement and its protocols, to modernize customs procedures, and to have well-designed industrial policies. That will be key, while at the same time improving business environment, adopting converging economic policies, and scaling up investment in critical areas like infrastructure and skills. At a regional level, and here we mean sub-regional level, we need to build on the experiences of the regional economic communities, the RECs. We need to develop cross-border infrastructure to enhance connectivity and logistics efficiency, and we need to focus on key sectors to support industrialization and food security. At a continent-wide level, we need to harmonize standards, what we heard about earlier, and we need to advance the implementation of the dispute resolution mechanism for the agreement, as well as to catalyze on the operationalization of the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, as well as the Pan-African Payment System and the African Trade Gateway. And there is significant savings that can be done and opportunities that are quantified in the different reports that we present. Finally, this is for your consideration and for your own discussion, is the key issues that are suggested and proposed for your consideration. And there are 3 areas. The first area relates to institutional frameworks and basically how we can safeguard the promise of the agreement amid all the global development that are happening. Second question within that area is what are the strategies to ensure that the national AFCFTA implementation committees and related structures are effective, efficient, and accountable, as well as transformative. The second area has to do with the socio-economic and environmental dimensions, and here the questions that are proposed for your consideration: what type of policies and measures are needed to maximize the potential of the agreement while addressing food security, climate change, and energy transition? What type of human capital and skills to invest in? And what measures can be taken to really enable the deeper impact for the protocols for women and youth? The third area is about harnessing and leveraging the agreement for sustainable development. And here it's about how can we leverage the digital transformation, energy transition, and decarbonization to advance sustainable development. And in the current geopolitical context and shifting global trade and investment pattern, how can African countries turn challenges into opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morsi, for
for this insightful presentation. I'd like to add a comment on the fertilizer side, because something we know a little bit in Morocco. All fertilizers are not the same. To summarize, we have natrium-based fertilizer, potassium-based fertilizers, and phosphate-based fertilizers. So the one we produce mainly in Morocco are based on phosphate, even if we mix them sometimes with the others. So that doesn't mean that they are replaceable. The good news is that we will start to produce natrium-based fertilizer based on green. Thank you. Technology. Now it's better. We will start to produce potassium-based technology, the fertilizer in Africa, because we discover some mines, mainly in Morocco and in other countries, and we will start to produce natrium-based fertilizer based on natural gas that we have in some country, and if no natural gas is available, it will be based on green African hydrogen. So, thank you once again, Ms. Morsi. Should we open the floor now? And we open the floor for questions or comments. Oh, Sierra Leone. So, someone else? They give them the floor from there? Okay. Who's giving them the floor? Anyone else? Just Sierra Leone? They use the microphone. So the floor is used. Oh, we have Côte d'Ivoire. Second Côte d'Ivoire. Any other requests for intervention? Yes, I can't read, really. Can you read there? I know the person, but I cannot read the organization. He's Moroccan, but I don't know if he speaks in the name of the Moroccan delegation. Moroccan delegation is there. Okay, we note that you will take the floor. Someone else? Okay, Sierra Leone, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank the presenter very much. We saw a presentation of the intertrade between African countries and regions, and the pattern, especially looking at, we have more dominated by the East African region. I was wondering if the study captures factors, both economic and non-economic factors, that explain this pattern. For example, probably we may want to look at the composition of the export. And for the composition, there are certain commodities that are, or export, that may be foreign-oriented export. Like, for example, in West Africa, we had this morning, the export is dominated by mining or minerals. And maybe in East Africa, more of agricultural produce. And so you will be much thinking that because these are mining, we don't do much value addition on our minerals. probably most of the exports in West Africa will be going outside to foreign countries. And unlike maybe the East, because they have abundance of maybe agriculture and other produce, they trade more. So I was wondering if any study has been done to look at these factors, what explain this pattern, so that we can learn from what is happening and how countries can catch up with East African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. La parole est à la Côte d'Ivoire.
The floor goes to Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur
Thank you
le
very
Président.
much, Chair.
Monsieur le Président
Chair,
de séance, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de la
The
CEA, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Executive Secretary of ECA, honorable ministers, dear delegates, on behalf of the Minister of Economic Planning and Development, Madame Yannick Kaba, who could not make it and requested that I represent her, I would like to congratulate ECA for perfectly convening this session. I wish to commend Ethiopian authorities for the warm welcome we have benefited. Chair, I would like to first and foremost indicate that Côte d'Ivoire is striving significantly towards implementing the AFCFTA agreement. I wish to share some salient points. The ratification of the agreement was made on 15 November 2018. This was followed by the creation of a national commission for the implementation of the AFCFTA. This headquarters of the General Secretariat was inaugurated, and a project for lifting tariff barriers was established, is to be adopted by the government. May I also point out that we are developing the fourth cycle of END, the period which will run between 2026-2030. We have left significant room to regional integration in our national development plan. Now, I'd like to share the outcome of the trade policies of Côte d'Ivoire, pointing to the fact that the AFCFTA is important for Côte d'Ivoire because the African continent accounts for about 30% of our trade volumes. And on those 30% of trade volume, the trade in processed goods stands at about 60%. Côte d'Ivoire is therefore the second country in Africa in terms of intra-African trade, and as such contributes significantly to the implementation of the AFCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, Chair, may I indicate that international trade, just like our currency, I think those go hand in glove, abide by some rules and some economic criteria. And the challenge today is to find ways to ensure that countries do not produce the same goods, so as to ensure the diversification of our products to be traded, and so as to have a real productive transformation. Earlier, we said we needed true productive processing or transformation that must be hinged on new technologies and robotics. The issue arising is, how do we access technology? Do we need to wait for Westerners to transfer their technologies willingly, or do we really have a strategy to adopt technology? The technology is there, but we ought to embrace that technology. So what is the strategy to adapt to new technologies in order to appreciate our products, in order to process our own products, in order to really harness our economic potential? Because Africa is endowed with significant mineral resources and arable lands, but we do not have the necessary industries to process those. So how do we operate the technological transformation that must be hinged normally on our human capital? However, we're still wondering how to produce that human capital that is needed for a productive transformation of Africa. This is my contribution, Yetche. Thank you very much. Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire, for your input.
الكلمة الآن للخبير المغربي نبيل جدلان.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. Je veux réagir brièvement par rapport à l'impact limité de l'intégration commerciale.
I would like to respond briefly with regard to the limited impact that we have had on various industries and sectors, because a variety of studies do actually underscore that the impact would remain weak. So my question is, could we link commercial integration that is at a more or less advanced level to other types of integration in order to strengthen the benefits of integration? Thank you.
Tanzania has the floor now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like, first of all, to thank the host. And then I would like also to commend the presenter from the good paper that has pointed to us. I remember that our experts have engaged in an extensive discussion of the key enablers and the challenges facing the effective realization of African continental free trade area with a full potential, but major constraint has remained a high lack of robust continental infrastructure, which is critical for seamless trade flow. And addressing this structural gap, it requires a deliberate and sustainable investments in trade, enabling infrastructure, facilitating the efficient movement of goods and services, and even people across the borders. I remember in Tanzania, where we are constructing our SGR, standard gauge railway, is to mobilize resources from different areas in order to construct about 2,000 kilometers from the coast in Dar es Salaam to the border on the west, in order to connect it with Burundi, Rwanda, DRC, but the level of the resources and the interest rates in the market became very difficult because the rates were very high. Despite that, there are other, these are multilateral institutions, but they don't put more priority to this infrastructure, which seem to be regional, integrated, or which can minimize cost of doing businesses. However, the project was also seemed to be climate related because was reducing emission and the enable usage of clean energy. And now I think maybe we need to find out different areas where we can continue mobilizing resources in a more concessional terms. And Your Excellency, as I know again that the guided trade initiative has demonstrated that many countries are trading and competing in similar commodities. And this underscores the need for a strategic shift in how we approach intra-Africa trade. To fully unlock the potential of the African continental free trade area, it is essential that we move from competing to complementing each other. And by focusing on complementarity, we can harness each country's unique competitive advantages, creating synergies that allow us to specialize in different sectors, products, and services, rather than duplicating efforts that we should now work together to build a more diversified and interrelated market. Also, value chain is key to this transformation. Instead of merely exporting raw material, we needed to prioritize adding value to these commodities to generate more sustainable economic growth and create a job along the value chain. And I hope that the success will depend largely on activeness of our initiatives to support active engagement with the private sector, particularly in empowering small, medium enterprises which form the backbone of Africa's economies. And the many SMEs are still struggling to meet international.
Can you please conclude?
Yeah, so I hope with these maybe arrangements where also SMEs can work closely, they can maybe minimize the level of challenges. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanzania. الكلمة الآن لمصر.
Now I give the floor to Egypt. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank Dr. Hanan Mursi for the excellent presentation. I have a question. In many of the presentations or literature in general dealing with the FCTFA, which is the full implementation of the agreement, what do we mean by the full implementation? Do they mean by that all the African countries are members in the agreement and that all the commodities, related commodities, are fully liberated and any related, again, and everything related to the services have been implemented? Thank you, Egypt.
We have an intervention. I don't know you, but just take the floor and present yourself. Now, Madame there.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Nadia Shifa from the University of Algeria. I would start off by thanking Mrs. Morsi for her brilliant expose, and I also would like to touch on the question which was tabled by the representative of DRC, who had asked the question, how do we mainstream and integrate technologies in our territories? It's quite a relevant question, as it commands a series of actions. First of all, let us think of connecting our territories. Connectivity does not simply mean connecting homes, but have wide enough bandwidth between industrial zones, and this is what would attract foreign investment. Second, we need to digitize our territories. It's not a matter of having bandwidths, but also put in facilities that would help our youth develop command of such technologies that one may install. Third and final, we need to create ecosystems that are sufficiently rich in potential so as for this youth be able to network with international foundations and also register in source points so as to download all documents that are necessary to develop a command over such technologies. It is only through the synergy of these three elements that we will successfully create these ecosystems in our countries.
Cameroon has the floor now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the floor. As this is the first time that we take the floor, the Cameroon delegation wishes to extend its gratitude to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, as well as for all the facilities extended unto us, and congratulate Madam for your presentation. I will actually speak in the wake of what our colleague from DRC has stated this morning, maybe not in the same direction, but how do we actually strike a 2.5% growth in GDP? In terms of approaches, I believe that for us countries having thorough knowledge of such assumptions which have nurtured these this approach and the parameters for implementation. These global conditions may be inherent to each country. To announce is something very good, but at the same time, one ought to question the relevance of this rate and what type of objective it will achieve. If we could go beyond 2% if we were to amend conditions for implementation, theories, and visions. That's the question I had with regard to this presentation. Thank you. Cameroon?
Cabo Verde? Not here. Angola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate for the presentation, Madam, and also gives you our regards for your election as the chair. I'd like to bring your attention for something that maybe is a little bit underestimated. The fact is that since our production base is mostly the same, as the free trade zone is going to be implementing, some competition may arise among us. And we need to work together in order to establish a resolution system where we can really try to address all the disputes that may arise while we are trading among ourselves. I think this is very important to think about it just in the beginning before it comes to later for our relations. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Angola. If there is no intervention, I'll just make a small comment before giving the floor to our chief economist. I heard a lot about fear about competition and that we will probably destroy what we have, creating something new. It's an investment. A free trade agreement is always an investment. It's distracting something that doesn't work anymore, that doesn't provide the necessary growth for our countries, to replace it with something stronger. We did that in Morocco more than 20 years ago, signing free trade agreement with Europe, with all the Mediterranean country, with Arab country, with Turkey, which was a very strong competitor, with the US. And we destroyed part of our economy. That was the investment. But now we're exporting 6 times more than 20 years ago. We created 1 million additional jobs in a country that has only 10 million jobs, just through export. So it's Schumpeterism. It's a kind of Schumpeterism, destructing something that doesn't work anymore to build something better, something stronger, and something that can lift you to the next level. Mrs. Morsi? Oh, we have someone else, Somalia? Somalia want to take the floor. Where is Somalia? Are they here? Not anymore? Not anymore. Somalia is not here, sir. Should we call them? Oh, it's a technology problem. Where are you, Somalia? Can you raise your hand? There? You want to take the floor?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to congratulate firstly for your election as a chair for the period. Somalia is, really making a progress for the area of ACFT, but there's a lot of challenges when it comes for the ACFT, including the security. So that is the challenge we are facing. In other hands, there is also, when we compare the informal trade and formal trade, there's a lot of informal trade between the member states. So I'm really need, the upcoming data. I don't see the data for the informal, trade between the African member states. So is there any data for the informal trade between the Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Somalia. Now we have the COMESA. COMESA, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Dr. Hanan Morsi for the presentation as well. Very insightful and encouraging in terms of future prospects for the implementation of the agreement. I also, while taking note of some of the policy issues, recommended for further action, further consideration at the end of the presentation as well as the issues paper. And speaking specifically about the institutional aspects related to the implementation of the agreement, we have a proposal to make, Mr. Chair. I think it's also essential or critically important to consider the institutional architecture involving the EFCFTA and the REX at the same time. The synergy, complementarity, and cohabitation between the two is of essential importance for the future implementation of the agreement. The REX idea itself, if we go back in history, was a UNECA idea, was advocated by the UNECA as a proxy, as a stepping stone to regional integration. Now, EFCFTA is equally being advocated by the UNECA. The two are, it's making this proposal does not in any way insinuate that they can't live together. They do live together and support each other. But I think they need some technical support. They need some further in-depth support on means and modes of mutual support and growing together. Thank you.
Thank you, COMESA. I'll give the floor to Dr. Hanan Morsi for some comments.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to the honorable ministers and distinguished participants for all the questions and excellent comments made. Let me perhaps just give concise answers to a few of the points that were raised. On the issue of the technological adoption, I think it's important to take into consideration that we can turn our disadvantage into a huge advantage. What I mean by this is the fact that many countries are latecomers to development can actually be a huge advantage because we don't have to start where others started. We can build on the latest that is there to leapfrog development through adoption of technology. So that is one part. The other part is that we're actually really blessed with all these green minerals and natural resources that will be at the core of what the whole globe needs to have green transition and move toward net zero. So we have a very unique opportunity not to be followers, but to be leaders in that space, to invest in innovation and be part of creating that technology, not just adapting to it, being consumers of it. So I think there are two sides of it, and both of them are really important. But if we need to shift our development paradigm, we need to move into, deeper investment in, green industries, being in the front of this transition in terms of innovation and leading it. There was also questions raised regarding financing. Of course, this is a critical issue to be able to, implement regional integration. And I want to highlight that particularly for infrastructure, and I know we have a session, a roundtable dedicated to this later, but it's important to highlight that it's African financial institutions that have been financing the majority of the regional infrastructure projects. And this highlights the need for us to focus on what do we need to do, which was the discussion that we have had with Your Excellencies in the breakfast meeting today. What do we need to do to ensure that they have a more effective role going forward in terms of increasing their capitalization, in terms of replenishing their concessional windows, and in terms of rechanneling IMF special drawing rights so that they can increase, they're able to help with having more affordable finance at scale for African countries' development. I agree with the comment that was made regarding the need to really operationalize the dispute mechanism. And we've have it launched, so it's really important to invest in operationalizing it. And in terms of data in informal trade, there is no data currently existing, but we can actually use some of the, for example, satellite data in terms of movement and so on to estimate some of that. So we can utilize the technology and the advances in terms of big data to try to capture or to estimate these trends. And of course, completely agree with the issue of the synergies with RICS. That would be really important to accelerate the implementation. And when we talk about implementing, full implementation, what we mean is the full implementation in terms of adapting protocols, all what it entails to have fully implemented what has been agreed on. So it's not just about all countries agreeing, but it's actually for those countries that are agreeing, going to full length to implement what they have agreed on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will ask the technicians to provide us with some microphones that work. Could be helpful for the next roundtables. I think we are late a little bit and we're just coming from lunch, so we will cancel the coffee break if you agree with that and move directly to the roundtables. The floor is yours, my MC.
So, yes, it works.
Okay.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Bureau Chair, Honorable Misra. I also know that you have another appointment waiting. So, as has been allowed, we will conclude this segment of the dialogue on the 57th session as we were looking at the reports being tabled by the Deputy Executive Secretary and also Chief Economist of the ECA, Dr. Hanan Morsi. Thank you so much for your time. And I think you can take your leave as I introduce to you roundtable number 1 for this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. All right, so the first of this afternoon's roundtables is titled The Nexus Between the AFCFTA and Infrastructure Development, right? So in itself, that's self-explanatory. We're talking roads, rail, bridges, ports, warehousing, cold storage, electricity provision. Energy security was spoken about extensively this morning. Internet connectivity, which is a great segue to the second roundtable we're going to be having here today, because we're going to need the internet as well if we're innovating and looking at new payment systems. Also in her presentation, the Chief Economist of the ECA, who's also the Deputy Executive Secretary, she spoke to a number which I think we would be remiss to ignore. She said that it has been found that if we spend more on infrastructure, it would catalyze intra-Africa trade to a more ambitious target beyond the 15% that we're seeing right now. And we could see almost half of total trade happening on the African continent. So the conversation now is going to explore how to do that. The African Development Bank says we need no less than $170 billion per annum to invest in infrastructure in general, but the infrastructure that could also support the realization of the AFCFTA and all the mechanisms thereof. So we're going to speak to those numbers, we're going to speak to the policy interventions, and we're going to speak to the hows. So chairing the session is Dr. Hanan Morsi herself. She's the Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA. She's also the Chief Economist of the organization. But joining her, and I will just read through the names, and then if all the panelists can join us. It's Robert Lesinga, Director of Technology, Innovation, Connectivity and Infrastructure at the ECA. Please join us, Robert Lesinga. We also have Yetemega Asrat Maru, the State Minister of Infrastructure in the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure Development here in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. We also have Elizabeth Mrema, the Deputy Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. I know she's here, but I also saw her going into a meeting with the Executive Secretary a short while ago. So perhaps if her team can notify her that we've reached the juncture of this roundtable. Mike Salau is the Director for Infrastructure and Urban Development at the African Development Bank. Please join us, Mike Salau. Girma Wake is the former Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the Management Board for Ethiopian Airlines. They've been instrumental in terms of moving cargo goods through the continent, especially during those really difficult COVID years. And many of us were brought here courtesy of Ethiopian Airlines. So perhaps share with us an industry point of view. And then also on this panel is Mekanen Abera, the Chief Executive Officer of Maritime Trade Logistics. Please join us as well. I'm going to yield the floor to Hanan Morsi, but I'm also going to say, please be aware that Madam Mrema is here. She did go into a meeting earlier and she'll probably join the meeting in a short while. Cheers.
Thank you very much. I believe we also have another panelist joining us from Audanibat. Please, if you can come to the stage. Okay. Excellencies, this roundtable really addresses a very important issue in the and infrastructure. And this is really critical because one of the key obstacles for regional integration is high cost. And this is where investing in regional infrastructure becomes critical to reduce these costs and to enable deeper integration. We are really joined by a brilliant panel that we have now on the stage, and we'd like to welcome all of them and look forward to a very dynamic discussion. Just wanted to perhaps just give a few of striking factoids about where things are. And the fact that, for example, the estimates for the 10% reduction in transport cost, how much it can actually increase trade. And in this case, it would expect it to increase trade by 6%. And that a 10% increase in infrastructure investment would increase exports by 5%. So these are some of the facts. And we also know that the lack of sufficient infrastructure can also play a role in terms of raising inflation, and particularly where the continent is right now, where we hit almost a record high of an average of 25% of inflation. This is a very important issue to highlight, that actually having an efficient infrastructure can help tackle this issue, because actually poor infrastructure can inflate prices by up to 75%. And in Africa, the transport costs account for 40% of the final price of the goods. So today, perhaps we can, we'll start with an overview from Robert Lethenge to give us, some insights into analytical work that has been done in ECA to frame this discussion. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, DES. What I will try to do, I had a presentation, but I will not present that in the interest of time. I will present the findings of research at ECA on the implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area for infrastructure and services on our continent. Now, we do know that infrastructure and trade are mutually reinforcing, improve infrastructure with enhanced trade through improved connectivity or competitiveness, but also enhanced trade provides opportunities for the transport and energy sector. I want to focus on the second dimension of this relationship. I think the work that we have done at ECA has been very insightful. Let me start with the implications of AFCFTA for transport. We have determined through our research that if we do implement AFCFTA by 2030, we will need additional 2 million trucks, additional 150,000 rail wagons. We will need over 150 maritime vessels. We will need 250 aircraft. This is a huge investment opportunity. It's over 400 billion US dollars opportunities in investment in transport. If I break that down, we will need over 300 billion US dollars only for trucks. We will need 36 billion US dollars for additional rail wagons. We will need 25 billion US dollars for additional aircraft. And if you look at the critical links of roads, so those links that will need upgrading to accommodate the anticipated increased trade flows, there are about 60,000 kilometers of cross-border roads that needs upgrading. And we have determined that you need anywhere between 30 billion and 80 billion US dollars for that upgrading. If I go quickly to the implications of the AFCFTA for the electricity sector, again, our research has determined that the AFCFTA would increase electricity demand by 3% by 2030, 3% additional electricity demand. If you move to 2035, you will need additional 80% of electricity generated if you are using 2020 as the baseline. Again, AFCFTA implementation will boost the value of electricity production by 2.6 billion by 2030. This is a lot of investment opportunities that we are seeing. In terms of recommendation, what we want to highlight here is that the implementation of AFCFTA must go hand in hand with the implementation of regional infrastructure projects on the continent. And I'm talking about the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. We're talking about the Single African Air Transport Market. We're talking about the Continental Electricity Program. So let me end by saying that we've seen a lot of political will in the implementation of AFCFTA. We need to see the same political will in the implementation of infrastructure programs. That's the only way we believe we are going to optimize the benefits of AFCFTA. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Many thanks, Robert, for these excellent insights and exposition of the analytical work that has been done. Really, today in today's roundtable, what we're aiming to get is to discuss what are the critical infrastructure needs for effective implementation of the agreement, to share insights and experiences in terms of accelerating national and regional infrastructure projects, and to identify the policies and actions needed to ensure robust infrastructure development. So let me start with questions to our distinguished panelists, and I will have the tough job, if you excuse me today, of keeping us to time. So I hope that you would excuse me upfront on this. We will have each of the panelists will have 4 minutes of intervention to allow more dynamic discussion with the floor. So with this caveat, if I may turn to Your Excellency, Minister Mahrou, with a question about Ethiopia's experience. Ethiopia has made efforts to improve infrastructure, particularly roads. How do you assess the contribution of the national infrastructure development in terms of improving trade? And how has Ethiopia benefited from improvements in its transport infrastructure? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thanks so much, Chair. As you rightly mentioned, as a nation, we have made significant strides in terms of improving our infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure. So if we take road sector as a showcase, and if we see what we achieved in the road sector back in 1997, which was the year where we started the road sector development program, the total road network size we had as a nation was about 26,550 kilometers. Now we have a total of more than 175,000 kilometers of roads. So you can see how far, we came in terms of improving the total road network size we have. But ultimately, it's not about the numbers, because we don't build infrastructure for the sake of building infrastructure. Infrastructure by itself is not an end, particularly infrastructure like transport infrastructure. It's a means to an end. So when we talk about transport infrastructure, we are talking about accessibility or access. We are talking about connectivity. We are talking about mobility. So when we build such a size of road network, we are saying that we are making previously inaccessible places now accessible. Previously unconnected places are now connected. And we are also improving the mobility we have. That is the ultimate purpose. And in it, we have what we call efficiency. We have what we call competitiveness. And that's what associates infrastructure development with trade. Because ultimately, when we open previously inaccessible places, when we connect previously unconnected places, when we improve the mobility, we are making our trade more efficient. And for this, allow me to mention a number. Some years back, reports indicate that from the cost of goods in Ethiopia, 50 to 60% was attributable to transport cost. You can see the impact it has, because we are literally saying that transporting goods is costing us equally or more than the production of the goods. That was the case. Today, this number is between 25 to 30%. And that is because of the infrastructure development we made in this country. So this is practically making our goods productive and enhancing trade. When we see this one in regional context, it's about connectivity between or among the neighboring countries. Today, Ethiopia is connected by asphalt road with all the neighboring countries. With all of them, at least we will have one connectivity in one place with asphalt road. We can drive from Addis to Nairobi on a very good asphalt road. The same thing with other neighboring countries. And this can enhance mobility. And this can enhance the trade between these neighboring countries and also regional integration as well. You can imagine, driving from Addis to Djibouti by expressway. From Addis to Nairobi by expressway. Juba, Khartoum, that's what we are trying to work on. We already have an initiative to connect Addis and Djibouti by expressway. It's already under progress with the Horn of Africa initiative. So Addis to Adama is already expressway. Now we are building the next phase. The same thing from
I don't know if you know the place from Meso to Dredawa. And the same thing is happening from Djibouti side. So if you can imagine Horn of African countries, East African countries, if they are connected by expressways, you can see how that can support trade between these countries. But infrastructure by itself, yes, it is required, it is a necessity, but definitely it cannot be a sufficient condition because there are other things which need to be done on top of infrastructure development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And it's really very interesting to see this actually in action, the reduction in the cost of goods thanks to infrastructure investments. Thank you very much. We'll move to Ms. Rema, the ASG of UNEP, and would like to ask you from UNEP's perspective, how can climate resilient infrastructure support cross-border trade in Africa? You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And allow me to say all protocols observed so that I don't take more time. Just few messages with regards to the question of climate resilient infrastructure. Indeed, it plays a critical role in supporting cross-border trade in Africa. One, by ensuring that the vital trade routes to the airports, ports, or transport networks are prepared and remain operational. But to do that, it means then the infrastructure need to consider to be resilient and be sustainable for the long future. And by doing so, if we don't do so, then the impacts on climate, particularly moving forward in the future, especially in the situations of floods or storms or drought, then will destroy that infrastructure which has been built. And therefore, it is always our urge as these infrastructures, particularly new ones, are being developed, that resilience on climate issues are being built into that process. Two, without climate resilient infrastructure, these natural disasters can damage that critical transport routes as well as those trade hubs, causing significant economic and environmental setbacks. And if I'm to give just few statistics, according to the World Bank, disruption on infrastructure is already estimated to cost at least $390 billion US dollars per year across low and middle income countries worldwide. So the resilient infrastructure therefore can mitigate these risks and help to safeguard the trade investments and sound management of the natural resources that has been put in. And of course, one might think that the cost of building in resilient is too expensive, but statistics proves otherwise, because the extra cost of building resilience into existing infrastructure systems, again, statistics say will only be 3% of the overall investment cost needs, vis-a-vis or versus an overall net benefit of $4.2 trillion. So you can see that the cost should not be a deterring factor. And also statistics, World Bank again indicates for the low and middle income countries, we can see that every $4 US dollars return for every $1 spent in infrastructure, you actually get, for every $1 spent, you get $4 US dollars spent on infrastructure. So there are benefits considering sustainability from the beginning. Infrastructure also supports the broader sustainable development, because if we are adaptive to climate challenges while minimizing the environmental impacts, especially when we look at the other key sectors like agriculture, energy, transportation, this will also ease trade in the continent. And therefore, it is paramount to ensure that infrastructure to this connectivity areas and to agricultural areas remain climate resilient, so that then when it comes to stormwater intrusion, for instance, or flood-prone areas, then that development is not impacted. And my last point is that climate infrastructure also needs to ensure there is a strong regulation and policies, and particularly on the mining sand. Sand is the world's second most used commodity after water, and yet it is rapidly being depleted, causing significant environmental and social consequences. Here in this continent itself, sand is a crucial resource for infrastructure development due to rapid urbanization, as well as the infrastructure expansion itself, which heavily relies on sand. So clearly, it is to be noted that many African countries still lack strict regulation, which leads then to overexploitation of the sand, leading into uncontrolled and mining of this sand, in which case then the consequences in terms of desert sand, beaches, riverbeds then become severe. And this in turn then will affect the same infrastructure development which is being intended. And we hope then these are some of the issues which need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for really bringing and highlighting the sustainability aspect of infrastructure investment, which is really critical. Now, if I may move to Mr. Wake, and would like to ask, we know that you have extensive experience in Africa, aviation industry, and air transport has an important role to play in the implementation of the agreement. What needs to be done to improve connectivity and reduce cost of air transport? And I feel this is an area that, as an African, it's very sentimental to me, because I'm always, I can tell you, I always go kicking and screaming every time I have to travel outside of the continent, to travel between countries in the continent. So it's my dream to see a lot more direct flights between African countries, and to see us exploiting more the air transport effectively and reducing its cost. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think is a mutual benefit. Trade is what is important for air transport because it increases traffic. And traffic is important for trade because it motivates and encourages trade between nations. To improve connectivity within Africa, I believe a lot of things should be done. There is an area where I differ a bit, because I am of the last generation, and all the young people here do not know how difficult it was 50 years ago to travel from one country to the other. Today, it is much, much better. But saying that, I still admit we could do better. One, to improve connectivity, I believe countries would have to believe that aviation will support the economic development of a country, of a region, of a continent. They have to believe in that. And they will have to believe, as people move between countries, Africa will be more integrated. Unfortunately, everybody wants to protect its small boundary. People forget the big continent and worry about a small carrier, a small one aircraft company, protect that to kill all other aspects. I believe we'll have to change that mentality. There must be the willingness. Yes, support the airlines, no problem. But at the same time, allow competition, allow cooperation between the carrier, and allow the YD to work. If YD does not work, the cost will remain high. If YD works, the cost will come down. People can travel from place to place and therefore carry out trade. The other is, in Africa, it looks like we worry more about our brother than others. 70% of the traffic out of Africa to the rest of the world is carried by non-African countries. Close to 30 are carried by African countries. But we are worried about the competition between African airlines. And instead of worrying about that, I think we should strengthen the airlines. We should give them the liberty to operate freely within Africa and outside of Africa. It's not limited, it's not only enough to fly within Africa. You have to be able to grow. The airlines will have to have the mentality and the strategy to grow. If they are trying to live on the small sector fare that they are getting in 5 countries, 6 countries, they will not go anywhere. So growth is important, and that is when they have the advantage, the economic advantage of volume. There are impediments to growth of air transport within Africa. As I said, one is protectionism. The other one is lack of information. Our people, our leaders, our ministers would have to understand that as people move from place to place and they carry out their business, they also integrate the continent. That should not be forgotten. As far as reduction of cost is concerned, I believe one thing that is very, very clear is taxes and charges in Africa are very, very high. In some cases, 30% of the ticket price that you see comes from tax. Air transport is very much overtaxed enough. I would not ask government not to tax at all, but make it reasonable. And recently, ECOWAS started discussing to harmonize taxes within ECOWAS. That's a very good start. Each region should do that. When they bring down the tax, the ticket value will also come down. And when the ticket value comes down, more people travel. And that helps the airlines to develop. That helps trade to expand within Africa.
Thank you very much. And thank you for reminding us, putting in context that things have actually improved. But we want more, and for highlighting the opportunity cost for existing policies and what is it how it's affecting us. We now move to Mr. Amin Idris, and we'd like to ask you, AUDA-NEPAD being the implementing agency of the African Union, how do you see the nexus between energy and the agreement in the context of PIDA?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Morsi.
Dr. Morsi, Dr. Hannah Morsi, thank you so much.
We're from the African Union's Development Agency, and we express ourselves through the Energy System African Continental Plan. And we're talking here about the nexus between energy and trade in AFCFTA. And we see this through electricity systems. We call it CMP in English, the English acronym. Now, with the second 2063, the second decade plan makes a distinction. Well, we are endeavoring to attain universal access to energy with plans which, to a certain degree, reflect national ambitions. But when we lay national ambitions side by side with continental ambitions, which we did with the CMP, we find that our states are planning to go from electricity production of 235 gigawatts to 500 gigawatts by 2040. But this does not reflect AFCFTA ambitions, because 250 gigawatts is about less than half of what we need to achieve the AFCFTA ambitions. So when we add AFCFTA, advancing the implementation of the agreement, when we add it into the mix, we're not just talking about 500 gigawatts electricity production. We're talking about a need of about 1,300, 1,250, 1,300 gigawatts electricity. So if we talk about a direct connection between what we are doing and what AFCFTA is doing, then yes, if we do move faster, we will achieve faster integration, but we shall also need a lot more electricity by the year 2040. Now, the difference between 500 gigawatt capacity and 1,300 or even 2,000 illustrates that there's a huge amount of investment required. Now, what we have said is, rather than adopt the classical approach, which is let's look at each country's needs, see what they need, what their investment requirements are, let us try and see how we can attain universal access, or at least 80% of universal access to electricity by 2040. What we need to do is look at an integrated approach again. We have to talk about modeling, which is based on regional integration hypotheses, accelerating intra-African trade, and using AFCFTA approaches as well. So if that is the hypothesis, if that is our working assumption, then we must say we have to begin with creating an African electricity market. And if we are saying African electricity markets, then it means that we are going to have to reduce significantly what we need in terms of funding requirements in order to attain 80% universal access to electricity by the year 2040. So rather than saying we're going to spend 1,800 billion worth of investment, US dollars worth of investment, what we're saying is we need 1.2 trillion dollars worth of investments. So that's one thing. The second thing, if we talk about investing all this into electricity production, then we have to create regional markets. And if we're talking about creating regional markets, then it means we have to upstream talk about electricity transmission systems is what we must invest in. And if we're investing in transmission systems, it's that much less expensive. And we're already doing that through regional energy pools. So what we're working on is connection between our different regions by 2030. And if we continue along that path, then yes, it's possible that by 2040 we shall be able to, first of all, have a continental electricity market in place, and then secondly, through this electricity market, be in a position to ensure that at least 80% of our citizens do have access to electricity, and good quality electricity, renewable to about at least 60% worth of it, and some 35% not, and fossil fuel, and then some 20% not just connected to the grid, but through mini systems, off-grid systems, which we're working on. So there we are. Dr. Morsi, very quickly put, this is a nexus for us between electricity, electrifying, and AFCFTA. And we're convinced that AFCFTA will enable us to speed up electrification on our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the regional solutions to energy insecurity, which is very important. Now we'll move to Mr. Salawu, and would like to ask him in terms of AFDB and other development banks playing a key role in financing in regional infrastructure, and this is something that I've been actually highlighting, that the vast majority of regional infrastructure have been financed by African financial institutions, which is something that we need to be really proud of. Would like to hear from you, what are the key challenges and obstacles, the opportunities, and what are in your view, the quick wins in that space, and how can the private sector be crowded in? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morsi. Dr. Morsi, we are former colleagues, so I'm happy to see you here. I would say that it's a very important topic. Yes, the African Development Bank has spent about 45 billion over the last 10 years to support cross-border infrastructure. And over the last 10 years, 44 billion. But this is far from what the continent needs in terms of infrastructure. You have yourself presented earlier on the needs for the implication of AFCFTA for infrastructure. What we have done at the African Development Bank is to estimate the need for infrastructure to be between 130 billion to 170 billion a year. That's across the four sectors of transport, energy, water, and ICT. And of course, we have also calculated on average for the last, I would say, 8 years or so, to have about 80 billion in terms of investment into the continent, which leaves us with a gap between, let's say, 70 to 90 billion per year. And this gap is before COVID. It's also before the AFCFTA. It's also before the Paris net zero objective. So if we actually adjust for those, new emerging issues, so the gap is going to be very big. And this is the exercise that the bank is doing right now to reassess the infrastructure need in light of AFCFTA to really see what is it that we need to invest and how much and how. And I'm glad that, UNCA has done this exercise, which Robert just presented now, which is very helpful because it already is giving us the flavor of what we should be looking at in terms of revising the gap that African Development Bank has published, I think around 2017-18. Maybe you were there by then at the bank. So actually, that was your own study. So that's it, Dr. Morsi. So I think this is very important. But where are the gaps? I think critical gaps lies in water sector. Transport and energy have the benefit of also attracting private sector somehow. ICT, by far, is the sector that have attracted the largest private sector investment on the continent. So therefore, the gap in ICT has narrowed down, while the gap in water is extremely high, about 50% of the gap, and transport about between 16 and 19, and energy about 21%. So that's where we are. But how do we narrow this gap? I think it's very important to really, see implementing cross-border project has a lot of challenges. I think some of them have been mentioned today. One is to actually get an agreement between the involved countries to do one single project. It's a really, very, very, very complicated task to do. So you need to spend a lot of time to convince countries to do one single project together. Secondly, the cost, the capex for cross-border infrastructure is very huge. Of that capex, you need to spend about 5 to 7% to prepare those projects, to make them bankable. Because we often hear that the issue is not financing, But the issue is the lack of bankable project. And I tend to agree with that, because if you don't have bankable project, you cannot attract the required financing that you need. So you need to de-risk those projects by heavily invest in early stage preparation, feasibility, detailed design, and so on and so forth. Now, of course, come with that enabling environment and so on. So 5 to 7% for that. Then you also need to spend around 12% for project implementation, because you need to have the right institutional arrangement for cross-border projects and also have the right governance system that will back up and the right people to manage those projects. So it costs money. And then, of course, maintenance of those assets also is very important. We have calculated that to be between 20 to 30%. If you have a periodic maintenance, then you avoid having a reinvestment. So there's a huge cost to build cross-border infrastructure. So once you do that, now comes also the issue of, the time. First of all, the time it takes to actually process. Typically you are looking at 6 to 8 years to drive cross-border infrastructure project if everybody is playing the game. So there are huge costs inherent to cross-border infrastructure, but the benefits are even much, much larger. They were already mentioned, some of them today. It helps you to create larger markets, because then you move away from country to country approach, regional approach, to have a wider market, which in turn also very important to attract investment into the continent and promote trade. Because an investor coming to the continent, settling in country A, knowing that by settling here, they have access to larger markets. And that's only possible if you can have a logistic and supply chain that actually lower the cost of, doing business, and also, allow that investor to sell to a broader market. And that's what the AFCFTA is actually very important. But we need to support that with the required trade support infrastructure. And also the soft element, cross-border, and so on and so forth. I think these are very important. And I'll finish just by mentioning the issue of quick wins, as you asked me. I think this is a topic that I actually like to discuss, because if you look at infrastructure investment on the continent, African government, you mentioned the fact that most of the infrastructure are financed on the continent, which is true. But African government are the first financier of their own infrastructure, and then comes the GFIs like ourselves, and then comes the other bilaterals and so on, and private sector at the end. But a quick win for me will be that we look at the infrastructure already on the continent. These are already de-risked under implementation, and to see how do we bundle those infrastructure together to create infrastructure asset class and bring in private sector. Amin is sitting there. I know he's looking at the 5% agenda. This is exactly how we need to do. For me, that's one of the quick wins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like that suggestion. It was one of those suggestions that made it to the African Economic Report many years ago when I was at the FDB. So definitely, I think this is a great idea on how to crowd in private sector finance. We've heard a really interesting and diverse perspective on the infrastructure issues, from country experience to issues of sustainability to air market to energy and financing. We'd like to open the floor for questions, if we can, given the time restrictions. If I may ask for your permission to perhaps limit it to 5 questions, and if we can be brief, since we had asked the panelists themselves to be brief. So we'll get 5 questions. I can see already Cameroon want to ask for the floor. If someone can just make a list of the countries that are asking. Thank you. Cameroon.
Thank you, Dr. Morsi, for the invitation to speak following our request. I'd like to appreciate the valuable contributions of the entire panel. But I want to, at the same time, try to bring us back to something I consider as basic on this infrastructure challenge, which is related to the cost. The cost challenge of infrastructure is real. That said, all of this morning, more or less, Madam Morsi, your presentation was about that. And virtually in all African events, high-level events, it's about the cost of infrastructure. Now, the topic for this panel was so apt. But I asked myself one question. If we had all the money that we need to solve the infrastructure problem given to us right now, shall we do it? Even if we did it, shall the CFTA be able to realize its objectives? And that brings me to looking at the challenge of advancing the implementation of the CFTA from a holistic perspective. Holistic, we have the infrastructure challenge. Even then, the panel didn't go into details at par on all the elements, road or transport infrastructure as a whole, energy, digital, hydraulics, and so on. We didn't touch on everything, but we were very thematic. At the same time, even if we had all of this, we will still have the challenge of, let me call it tariffs and non-tariffs. For tariffs, essentially taxes and what have you. But even of more importance and more challenging is the non-tariff component of the deal, which is, we all know, the challenge of free movement, not only of persons, but of goods, capital, and services. But even if we had all of that, it's about trade, which means we have to be able to produce the tradables. Are we already in the right position to produce all the tradables? My question is therefore, do we dispose of an overall strategy to play the drums in a way as to deliver on all the challenges in a harmonious manner over time? Or is it maybe assumed within the AU 63 agenda? I don't know. This is a Minister of Planning speaking. Our job is always trying to, think strategically, dream further, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Togo. And if I can ask you to please be brief.
Okay.
Togo? Yes, go ahead.
C'est bon. Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Executive Secretary of the ACA for having invited Togo and also for the organization of this meeting. I would like to commend the hospitality that we saw since our arrival in Ethiopia. Regarding infrastructures and AFCFTA, we are all aware and we all agree that the availability of infrastructure is extremely important. The major problem is resource mobilization. We talked about it this morning, and we have raised the question that in light of geostrategic changes in the world, yes, we would have to face resource scarcity. So we need to ask the question, how are we going to finance these infrastructures? This is my first question. Institutions such as ADB and other Pan-African financing institutions should be able to devise measures to mobilize resources and to find indigenous financing means. Second, we talk about AFCFTA and trade flow. So these are free movement of people, goods and service trade, and so on. But besides this, it is also important that we understand what are the priorities. Let me explain. We all hear about, in DRC, for instance, they have huge capacity such as with their barrier, they can provide the whole African continent in terms of energy. So why can we not decide to support the construction of the Inga Dam to provide electricity and electrify the African continent? And in such a way, other African countries can invest in infrastructure, transport infrastructure, for instance. So when we talk about ECA and EFCFTA, we need to set priorities, establish geographical strategies in light or considering the comparative advantage that we have. Another element, when we talk about infrastructures and how should infrastructures support AFCFTA, there is an issue of trust that we need to establish between ourselves. We have seen situations where we have areas where we have conflicts between countries. Now, the question is establishing regional infrastructures where we would mobilize common resources. So in case of conflict and crisis, or what would be the measure that we're going to take in respecting these infrastructures that would be serving all these countries? So these are questions that I ask loud that need to be addressed by policies and policymakers so that regional infrastructures, yes, these are priorities, but we need to consider the situations where we have barriers. And this means that we need to build trust between countries and we need to establish rules. When we talk about infrastructures, we need to facilitate trade. If we have infrastructures and in each kilometer, economic operators are facing non-tariff barriers and tariff barriers, it will not work. So for me, when we talk about infrastructures and AFCFTA, we need to focus on trade facilitation as well. Thank you.
If we can now move to DRC, and if I can please ask you to be brief so that we can actually have a chance to hear back from the panelists and to give their insights. Please, over to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for giving us the floor, Chair. I think my contribution will follow the contribution of Togo. I have the same concern. When we assess our contribution in this conference, we should focus more on economic nationalism. This is what we are seeing worldwide, and this is one weakness of multilateralism. This means that, in reality, there would be resource scarcity when we talk about financing several projects related to AFCFTA. This means that member countries should count more on their own or domestic resources. When we listen to the previous contributions, people say that we have resources in Africa, but utilization mechanism is a problem. And this is justified by the contribution of the previous speaker. On the previous session, where we noted that in reality there is the possibility to have resources through value chains, through investments in battery, in DRC, for instance, in light of the various mines that we have in DRC. Now, if we stand on the principle that consumption would promote production, this means that resources should be mobilized through various value chains and various projects, such as battery projects, and this would be a major contribution of resources that would channel significant means of finance in the AFCFTA, and this would require the establishment of mechanisms. I would like to make proposals. It has been said during the opening remarks this morning, or the various contributions this morning, as well as in the afternoon. We had to reflect on establishing a follow-up, a monitoring committee on the implementation of AFCFTA, effective implementation of AFCFTA. This monitoring committee should reflect on the possibility to encourage policymakers to accelerate resource mobilization, domestic resource mobilization. It would be very much important to focus on domestic resource mobilization. And in this approach, we should be able to harness My idea here is that we need to establish a monitoring committee to monitor, to follow up the financing of the various projects within AFCFTA. I had a lot to say, but I am pressed by time and I don't have time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nigeria, next. And please, if you can be brief so that we can get a chance to listen to reactions from the panelists.
Thank you, Chair. And let me stand on the existing protocol. And thank you for giving Nigeria the floor. The critical importance of infrastructure to the success of AFCFTA cannot be overemphasized. However, I think we have underestimated an aspect of infrastructure, which has to do with intra-country infrastructure. And I think we have a role to play in terms of encouraging our leaders to prioritize the provision of infrastructure within our country. Let us not forget that some of these commodities that we are talking about exporting to other countries need to come from the hinterlands to be able to get them out of the country. And so storage infrastructure, road infrastructure, and the rest of them are critical. I want to make a recommendation here. We are talking about shortage of funds to provide even cross-border infrastructure. But we borrow a lot. And if you see our debt balances, they are rising on the day. And that means that we borrow so much. I think it is about prioritization. And in this case, I think we need to escalate the critical importance of infrastructure to the AU heads of states so that it is prioritized. The last speaker mentioned how difficult it is to implement cross-border infrastructure. But I think if we prioritize it and escalate it to the AU heads of state level, where we even have champions to be able to encourage that, we'll be able to do that, even if it is in sequencing level, that given a period of time, we'll be able to implement 1 or 2 projects. Then we'll be seen to walk the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And final intervention and questions from South Sudan. South Sudan.
Thank you, Chair, and the panelists. I would like to say that infrastructure is key for the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area. And so I think we should put it as a priority as a continent. Secondly, there was an issue of climate resilience infrastructure. We wanted to know how best the countries can do that and what are the lessons within the region, the success stories on that. And also, we do recommend that the issue of railways is key also for our trading in the region, because, or in the continent, I mean, because railways are always good at transporting goods at a lower cost. So we invest more money on that. That will be easily helping us to achieve our dreams of the free African Continental Free Trade Area. And also the issue of electricity. Electricity is key because if we talk about trade, we need to industrialize in a way. And we cannot have such an industrialization without having a proper electricity system in the continent. So I think infrastructure is all key to what we are all talking about for the last days, because without that, we cannot achieve our dream of having African Free Continental Trade Area. Thank you.
Thank you. And now back to the panelists, and I'm going to give you the kind of like the 1 minute each, touching on the issues that were raised and your thoughts and experience in terms of how to best respond to it. If we can start with Your Excellency, the Minister.
Thank you so much again, Chair. I want to reflect on just 2 points. The first one is about resource, which is very important. I cannot agree more with the previous contributors on the nexus between infrastructure and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. In 2 ways. It's both an opportunity, I mean, this scheme, plus there is the sector itself, the infrastructure sector itself can benefit from it because it can also promote infrastructure development. Let me put it in 2 ways. The African Continental Free Trade Area, definitely it can benefit a lot from developed infrastructure. So infrastructure will be a crucial enabler of implementation of this agreement. And as I said, we should also see what benefits we can get from this as well, because the point I'm trying to make is that we should, when we develop our infrastructure, we should make sure that, I mean, that's also paying off in terms of building our national and continental capacity as well. When we build infrastructure, to what extent are we giving the chance to our national construction industry, our contractors, consultants in Africa? Because a lot is happening in terms of building infrastructure in Africa. But when we see who is building those infrastructure, because infrastructure, it has both forward and backward linkage. So we should exploit that. We should give the chance to our local contractors, to our local consultants, to our contractors and the consultants from Africa, because that can be a basis itself. So it's not only about mobilizing resource, it's also about how we are going to utilize the resource we mobilize. My previous speaker from Nigeria was mentioning about the loans we receive from external sources. But ultimately, those resources will go back because the contractors, the consultants who are building those infrastructure are also from other parts of the world. So we should give the chance to our local contractors and the consultants. On enhancing the free trade area, I also want to mention the issue of package. This mechanism can succeed only if we have interventions as a package: infrastructure, technology, policy harmonization, having a kind of common master plans for infrastructure development, and the harmonization of everything we do at sub-regional and the regional level. Otherwise, kind of fragmented interventions may not take us to the place where we want to be. So coordinated intervention is very important. I thank you so much.
Thank you. And now, Mike, we, have heard a lot of questions regarding financing, and I will ask you to be concise because we have another roundtable that we need to go to. So if you can give your insights to the questions asked.
Yeah, I think it's very important. The issue of resources is capital. What we're trying to say is that the money is there, but not in the hands of government, maybe with private sector. So how do we get that money from private sector? So I think we need to do what I was mentioning earlier on, what we call asset recycling. How do we bundle existing government finance infrastructure and then de-risk them to float it on the market for private sector to come in? And that's where the pension funds in our country can be put to actually task. So we can mobilize pension funds. We can use asset recycling for private sector. We can also use some, asset that we have lying around in our countries, put some monetary, value on them and then monetize them to actually finance infrastructure. So I think pension funds, les caisses de sécurité sociale dans nos pays, et puis les autres, la CDC par exemple, la Caisse des dépôts et consignation, sont les institutions qu'on peut mobiliser.
So these are institutions that you can mobilize.
Also maybe say something about issue of conflicts or regional projects. When we are doing regional projects, it's a very important aspect. We have done this on Abidjan-Lagos corridor, where we have made the 5 countries, to sign what we call interstate agreement. That interstate agreement insulates the project from any potential conflict. And that is like a supranational corridor where the head of the corridor has the power to do things beyond the countries. So that actually would mitigate the risk of a thing. And then I think the last thing also is that, African Development Bank has a lot of guarantee products that can help to actually, leverage private sector investment. So the government may not have enough fiscal resources, but coming to the bank, we can actually leverage those resources by using our guarantee product. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth, if you can in 1 minute, give us your thoughts and reflections on comments and questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, many questions have been asked related to cost resource mobilization. I will take a second step back, that Africa as a continent knows its challenges. It also knows the solutions. And free trade is one of those continental solutions. So agreement has been signed. Now we are deep in implementation. And the minister here has illustrated examples where, and I even gave few, where internally few less dollar amount will leverage more. And I talked earlier of climate resilient. If we build those in mind, it's less investment. But I think the bottom line when it comes to cost, there has to be, short of saying the political will, resources internally to be able to leverage and incentivize external partnership. We need to begin internally to show that commitment, without which that's where questions of what happens if there's a conflict comes in. But if there's an internal commitment, we'll begin thinking, oh, millions have already come here. I need to collaborate, as opposed to confrontation. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you so much. I think I want to talk on the issue of holistic approach. How do you address the issue of soft and hard infrastructure, physical and non-physical barriers? EC has worked on this. We do work with countries on having a national AFCFTA strategy. And I think this is where we have an opportunity to be comprehensive, not only infrastructure, but other dimensions that will affect AFCFTA. The issue of prioritization was raised a lot as well. Let me say that we have prioritized at the heads of states level in Africa. We have PIDA with 69 projects. We have what we call PC, the Presidential Infrastructure Champions Initiative. So we do have that priorities that the heads of states and I think the countries are encouraged to pursue, because a lot of effort was expended to come up with this priority. And finally, the issue of risk was raised. I think the risks are there, but there are also the guarantee mechanisms that have been developed to try to address this risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Amin, 1 minute.
Moi, je veux parler rapidement plutôt de la préparation précoce des projets. C'est vrai que à chaque fois qu'on parle d'infrastructure, on amène toujours la question du financement, les risques, les garanties. Mais en réalité, si vous regardez, 80% des projets d'infrastructure en Afrique qui sont des échecs sont des projets qui ne sont pas bien préparés. Or, préparer les projets coûte très cher, c'est entre 5 et 10% du CAPEX total du projet, et personne ne veut mettre de l'argent là-dedans. Et c'est pour ça qu'à l'ODANEPAD, nous avons estimé qu'il nous faut investir dans ce qu'on appelle la phase précoce de la préparation des projets. On le fait au niveau régional, mais de plus en plus, nous recommandons aux États de commencer à le faire au niveau national, en créant leurs propres agences et fonds de préparation précoce des projets. Et d'ailleurs, tous les pays qui ont des agences de préparation des projets sont les pays qui ont fait le plus d'efforts et le maximum de mise en œuvre. Ils obtiennent beaucoup plus facilement les financements, les prêts et autres. Ça, c'est la première chose, Hanan. Et puis, une deuxième chose qui est extrêmement importante, nous avons commencé par piloter cette phase. Nous avons demandé, par exemple, au Tchad de le faire. Ils l'ont créé il y a environ 2 ans et ça commence par prendre de l'ampleur. Dernier élément sur les énergies. Il est vrai que quand vous regardez le plan continental des systèmes d'électrification, nous avons mis beaucoup plus d'emphase sur les régions qui ont le potentiel en termes de ressources, mais aussi sur les pays qui semblent faire confiance en termes d'investissement. C'est pour ça que ces pays peuvent produire beaucoup plus et à travers le système de transmission, vendre aussi de l'électricité à leurs voisins et dans les régions. Et donc, en faisant de cette manière, non seulement nous accélérons la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, mais nous essayons aussi d'une certaine manière de réduire en fait la pression sur les pays qui ne pourront pas investir rapidement sur les capacités de production. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. If we can now, Mr. Wake.
In Africa, we keep on looking at the negative side of things. Widely, the area that I know very well, it started in 1988 as a Yamoussoukro decision, the declaration. And then in 99, it was made Yamoussoukro decision. Later, we are now talking about satellite. It was rolling and rolling and rolling. We started at about the same time with the European Union. European Union, in a matter of 15 years, implemented it fully. We have been talking for the last 30-something years. I believe we will have to see, yes, we have to consider what we do. But once we decide to do something, we should commit and work towards it and really forget about all the negative things that we are raising. Let us be peaceful with ourselves and among ourselves and try to push to the project that we want. I think resource is not the problem. Africa has a lot of resource. It can raise a lot of resource, but managing it and using it for the right purpose is the question. And ministers, heads of states should really see how to put pressure on the system to implement what is good for Africa. And if we really try it with commitment, we can reach it. But if we always say there is a problem, there is a problem, there is a problem, we will not go anywhere. There is no place where there is no problem. So tackle the problem. Thank you.
Really, I'm not going to even try to summarize this very engaging and rich discussion. I would like to really thank our brilliant panelists for excellent interventions and the audience as well for very engaging discussion. If you can give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to you, Hanan Morsi, and to your panel. As the panel take their pictures, let me use this opportunity to say Ramadan Mubarak to all of our colleagues who are observing the holy month. And let me also make a notification to say that iftar boxes are available for distribution and collection at the information desk. They started distributing them at 5 p.m. So if you are eligible to collect an iftar box, please discreetly make your way to the information desk, and then you can make your way back into the auditorium for the next roundtable. I've also been told to just make you aware that if you are indeed at this juncture breaking fast and are looking for a prayer room, just speak to the ushers wearing the blue turquoise and white shirts, and they'll usher you to a prayer room, as well as show you where the information desk is for you to collect your iftar box, and then please come back. We'd really appreciate that. Also, this last panel is the last official agenda item for the day, for the dialogue of the 57th session, after which we've all been invited to a reception dinner at the Skylight Hotel. And after this next session, shuttles will be available for us at the entrance of the venue to take us to the dinner reception area. So in an hour from now, shuttle buses will be able to ferry us to the Skylight Hotel for a dinner reception through the generosity and courtesy of the government of Ethiopia. Without further ado, let me introduce the second roundtable for today, as per the instructions of our bureau chair, so that we can finish the agenda on time. And that roundtable is titled Promoting Cross-Border Instant Payment Systems and Digital Inclusion. And as you would know, you heard Professor Oshinbajo referring to payment systems and the innovation that's needed within the ecosystem of startups and also financial services to help with trans-border transactions and to overcome foreign exchange complexities and to also get SWIFT banking systems aligned. And we also saw in the report that Stephen Karingi presented that if we just take out the niggly issues around transaction restrictions, just a simple reduction of 1% unlocks 21% in digital trade. So let us explore a little bit more about innovation and how innovation would really introduce interoperability, better transactions, foreign exchange, ease of trade, and then stimulate inclusion. Leading this conversation is Robert Ochola, who is the CEO of Africa Nenda, and joining him on the panel will be Hanan Morsi, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA. They'll be joined by Lee Kinyanjui, the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade and Industry in Kenya's Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Please join us, Your Excellency. We're also joined by Abdullahi Sirajalo, who is the first Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of the Gambia. Please join us, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank. We also have Premier Oiwo, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement Systems. Please join us, sir. John Bosco Sibabi is the Deputy Chief Executive of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Please join us, Mr. Sibabi. And then joining us virtually is the Director General and Chief Executive of Smart Africa, Lassina Kone. So please could you give a warm welcome to the panelists and chair of this last roundtable titled Promoting Cross-Border Instant Payment Systems and Digital Inclusivity. And as I said, if you're fetching an iftar box, please, you're most welcome to do so. Prayer rooms have also been allocated, and then please make your way into the session, which should conclude promptly at 6:35. Thank you very much. Over to the chair.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to everybody. We've been given the graveyard shift, so I'm going to try and make this fairly efficient. Just like to thank the Chairman of the Bureau and, of course, the Executive Secretary for having us. I had a presentation to do, which I will not do, and I'll just summarize the key points so that we can save time and get into the heart of the conversation. I think the moderator shared a couple of the critical sound bites around the challenge statement that exists today on the continent. Allow me just to give a couple of key numbers to kick us off, because I believe if we're going to transform cross-border trade and indeed drive the Agenda 2063, then some of the critical issues around payments need to be resolved. And I think that's the reason why we have this distinguished panel here today. So just by way of setting the scene very quickly, today cross-border trade in Africa, in terms of sending $100, let me use that as an example, costs between 12 to 24% for sending $100 from one African country to another. If you look at the global average, it's sitting at about 6%. And the SDG goals wants to get us to 3%. So from a cost perspective, that's what the citizens of our continent are going through from a cost perspective. I think one of the reports that you will see, if you've not read that already, from UNECA, states that when we're using cross-border corresponding arrangements, it costs, the continent loses between $1.5 to $5 billion in costs in terms of correspondent banking arrangements. So that is a critical challenge. We have seen a couple of strategic tailwinds, which should assist in driving the shift that we want from an AFCFTA perspective. Changes in policy, although there's still a bit of work to be done. We talk about technology transformation, and I think you'll hear from the panel. We're seeing shifts in policy around open finance, etc. Today, when you look at the current stock of instant payment systems on the continent, we have 28 countries with systems, and therefore a few others don't have systems. And for you to do cross-border payments, and I think you'll hear from one of the panelists today, it makes more sense to have what they call a national payment arrangement in your market. Those continue to be challenges on the continent. By way of inclusion, 450 million Africans today continue to be financially excluded. That means they continue to keep money in their mattresses or in boxes. So they have not moved into digital rails. That is a big opportunity. And if we don't tackle that, then we cannot really talk about transforming the continent. From a regional perspective, there are a couple of systems which are in place. Of course, there's a Pan-African Payment and Settlement Platform. However, there's some other regional arrangements, such as what CEMAC has in the CEMAC region, that's the GMAC switch. And then, of course, SADC has a SADC RTGS, but also what they call TCIP, transfer cash on an immediate basis. What we're seeing, though, is there's a challenge in volumes in terms of uptick. So that's the critical piece. I'll summarize very quickly before I start with the first panelist. Some of the challenges today is expensive liquidity management. And indeed, Forex, because we must always go through the dollar as a settlement arrangement, as a settlement currency. Lack of standardization across the regulation landscape is a challenge. And then also when you go to the consumer, there is also challenges around trust. When we're talking about driving a One Africa agenda, we believe that the need for pulling together resources is important. And by resources, we're talking about cloud infrastructure so that we can actually reduce the cost of, reduce the cost of some of the arrangements that exist. So looking at pooling cloud infrastructure, and we've seen that with some of the regional arrangements that have been put in place. Finally, I'd just like to, before I kick off with the first panelist, just share with you some of the numbers from a technology perspective. What you have seen, for those of you who are sort of seeing the whole conversation around AI, is when ChatGPT launched, they spent something in the region of $3 billion. DeepSeek this year from China reduced that number to $6 million, right? And as African Endo, we work with the payments solution. So one of the things we saw is in Brazil, we're building a payment arrangement, which is now having around 140 million customers. Their ticket size for the whole solution was $4 million. And when we go into the continent, we're seeing solution providers pitching $20, $30 million for payment arrangements. So I think these numbers need to resonate with some of us. So let me start off with Honorable Minister from Kenya, if I may, Excellency. I believe Kenya recently signed on the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Arrangement. I believe there's been a couple of critical wins that you've seen, but also some of the challenges. And I thought from a strategic and macro level, it might be useful just to get some of your insights on the journey thus far. Thank you, Excellency.
So thank you very much. And I do appreciate this opportunity to compare our experience together with all our colleagues in the rest of the continent. All protocols observed, allow me to say that Kenya has been in the forefront in encouraging continental trade. This is partly because a lot can be achieved through promotion of trade. In fact, if you look at the numbers that have been shared here today, much of what we go to look for elsewhere can be found in Africa. Maybe what is lacking is the infrastructure to get commodities from one corner to the other, the payment system, which is what we are discussing now, and also just the knowledge of what is where and who has it. And therefore, allow me to dwell on the issue of payment and to say that since 2023, the Central Bank of Kenya got an application for the PAPs to be licensed in Kenya. and there was a lot of back and forth to ensure that this compliance. And last month, we were able to sign off, and today payments can be made across Africa through the PAPS system in Kenya. I think we've already signed with the biggest bank in Kenya, that is KCB, and a few other major banks are also due to sign up in the coming days. This will also mean that this platform will avail payment across the continent for any imports or exports from Kenya. Now, just to mention that tea and coffee is one of our biggest exports, and we were waiting on average 3 to 4 months before payments could be found, especially in markets where there are dollar challenges. So not only was it expensive, but it also took time. And when some of these crops or produce comes from small-scale farmers, it simply means that they cannot be able to produce the next set so that they can continue with the cycle, which also increases the cost of business because they have to borrow. So I think that is one critical area that we have done. The other important issue is also to look at how our values for our currencies can be established in a manner that is both realistic and sustainable. I have noted that in our conversations today, every reference is to the hard currency, the dollar. When you talk about the total volumes of trade across Africa is in dollars. So again, how do we establish these values? And I think also more importantly, the volatility of our currencies, so that sometimes between quoting on a commodity and when you finally get to sell it, it can take 2 to 3 months. How do we ensure that this volatility is well established? And I think for this, I think our central banks have to work together. There must be a clear platform upon which they can communicate, and if there are issues, they can be addressed. And now that we are going towards the continent-wide trading, I think also it will be extremely important that banks are regulated within their countries. But now when you introduce continent-wide payment system like PAPS, again, it's good to look at how will the regulations and all this be domiciled. But in short, is to confirm that the commencement of the PAPS payment system has brought a lot of confidence to our exporters, and we expect that to result in increase in volumes across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think those are very important issues, and I think you've shared the fundamentals of why we need an active and cost-effective cross-border arrangement. Allow me to then move to the First Deputy Governor, Dr. Jallow. Deputy Governor, my question to you is, what are some of the key learnings that we can pick from Gambia, who I think has been a trailblazer in trying to drive the digital transformation and indeed financial inclusion?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. And also thank ECA for the invitation to participate in this conference and all protocols observed. Yes, we are very adamant on payment systems from two fronts. The PAPS one for exports, for promoting exports. We would like to see it's a small economy, almost just over 2 million people. So you'll expect us to be able to leverage the regional markets that are around us. So we would like to look forward to the day when Kenyan businesses can come and trade with us in Gambian dollars, and our business can also trade in Gambian dollars and Kenyan shillings across. So that's why we have a very high hope in the PAP system. But looking at it from domestic level, I think what I can share is the financial inclusion. I can give you four benefits that the Gambians have really benefited from the payment systems. And these are the financial inclusion, efficiency, convenience, and benefit. And I'll go detail into each of them. We have a target of reaching 70% of inclusion. When we started around, I think, 2015, 2016, it was almost 19% inclusion. But right now, we invested heavily in our upgrading our systems and in the central bank. And that has put us now on course to really achieve the 70% by 2030. And we have seen a lot of these e-wallets and all these things being permeated into the rural areas of the Gambia. So you'll have farmers who are also trading with their produce being trading in e-money that they can that is available from the banks that are working with them. We've also seen an inefficiency in the operation of trade amongst ourselves, the services in the financial service industry. They have the convenience it gives them to be able to just go and use the POS to buy the items rather than taking the cash and whole bulk of money and to try to buy the same things. And so that has really, we've seen the increased use of these e-wallets and mobile services, and to definitely increase the service that they are going. We have also had a policy of where we have tried to discourage the use of checks by limiting the amounts that can be processed through a check. From used to be 2,000, it reduced down to 50,000. The intention is really to make them use the e-wallets and all these instruments. And we have seen the impact because there is now a drastic decrease in the demand for checks from the central bank for these things. And in addition to that, also, when the fact that we are also facilitating the efficient management of the economy in terms of maintaining interest rates, keeping them stable, as well as inflation. It is also giving them the confidence that they can have in exploiting or leveraging the benefits of these payment systems that we have. Transactions have grown exponentially, and this has led to increased revenue generations as velocity in the economy. So we've seen that tremendous achievement from the economy as well as benefits from the people in the Gambia.
Thank you very much. And I think, the issue of driving financial inclusion, as you mentioned, from what, less 20% to 70% is significant in terms of, inclusion and bringing in people who are, formally unbanked. And I think that trend is something we need to see more across the continent, because that number of 400 million still continues to persist, even as we've seen great trends like that from the Gambia. Thank you very much. Let me go to the Deputy Executive Secretary before I go online to my brother Lassina. Two questions I would like to pose. And I know that, UNECA spends a lot of time in this area. So when you're looking at elements like digital public infrastructure, what do we need from a cross-border perspective? But I think also just taking on from, His Excellency, Honorable Kinjui, around the issue of currency, lack of African currency convertibility, if you can sort of comment on those two areas, because that continues to be a challenge, and how can we, shift the landscape to bring down the cost of cross-border on the continent? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert. I strongly believe that the cross-border payment system can be a game changer in terms of advancing implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It accelerates the time that is needed to do transactions, but also it reduces the cost. And it's estimated that the system as of now reduces cost up to $5 billion a year. And if you put this in context that you have only 6 countries that are using that system, that tells you the magnitude of lowering costs and saving that can be generated if we're able to scale that up. And I recall a discussion that happened in our conference of ministers 2 years ago. I'm not going to name countries, but it's a discussion that happened between 2 ministers of finance that, the goods, because of shortages of FX, the goods that they are importing from each other were sitting at the board with their private sector paying an arm and a leg in storage, at ports, and simply because they cannot get FX, they cannot, have access to dollars. Whereas, if this is even if there is the ability to repay for these goods in local currency, this will help at least in the survival of this, private companies, because when you add to the cost of all this transaction, costs that were not even factored in terms of adding all these excessive costs of storing these goods because you cannot get paid, that tells you, what opportunities and windows this would open if we're able to have an effective cross-border payment. It will enable our, small and medium enterprises, our private sector to actually be able to transact and trade within Africa without having to, deal with these type of shocks in terms of FX shortages and without going bankrupt. Okay, so this is like in terms of what is it, what does it provide, and for it to be effective, there are a number of things that need to happen. Of course, we need to have the digital infrastructure, we need to have interoperability, and we need to actually look into, for example, for regions where there are agreements to actually have this done. For example, and I actually had this discussion with your team on joint projects that we're having together. For example, within COMESA, it has been agreed many years ago to have such cross-border payment system. Yet we're not there. So understanding why we're not there is very important because it's different across different countries. It's a rather country-specific issue. In some countries, it can be, within the central bank. In others, it can be within telecom or within existing regulation. And without identifying where is the bottleneck in each country, we cannot expect much progress. So I think identifying where the bottlenecks are in terms of advancing cross-border payments, especially when member states have already endorsed and agreed, is very important. Second, of course, we need to have better infrastructure for digital access. So the fact that we have cost of internet that is 3 times more expensive than international cost and 8 times more expensive than in Europe, that in itself tells you that, this needs to be worked on. Other colleagues touched on the issue of financial inclusion and the bankability of, access to finance and so on. All of these are really critical issues to advance, the utilization of this, game changer for the implementation. And I think we need to really push forward to get this through because there's no need for African countries. It's like traveling to a country outside of Africa to travel within Africa. So we're doing the same thing in terms of trade. We're, using US dollars or euros to trade within Africa. So I think, having an effective cross-border payment can resolve this issue.
Thank you very much. I think you've captured some very salient issues, especially around looking at bespoke problems to existing arrangements. Because as you mentioned, we've got some payment arrangements in COMESA which haven't really taken off. Opportunity for actually doing a mobile-to-mobile cross-border is something that should be explored. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I think that's something that we must sort of take as a key takeout of this session and maybe put that on our roadmap. My good brother, the Director General for Smart Africa, thank you so much for joining us online. And I think at this juncture, it'll be very useful to hear from you. You've been driving the digital transformation on the continent for quite some time, and I think Smart Africa has a footprint that is continental. So, what are some of the critical initiatives that Smart Africa is driving from a digital financial inclusion perspective that should support some of the AFCFTA protocols? And then if you could share 1 or 2 critical strategies that we can successfully implement to drive the AFCFTA agenda. And thank you very much again for joining us online.
Yes, thank you very much, Robert, my brother Robert, for inviting me. And I wish I was actually there, close to you and the premier, my brother, as well as Bosco and everyone. I apologize I couldn't make it because I have to be in Washington, D.C. here. Can you all hear me, right? Yeah. Okay.
Can hear loud and clear.
Exactly. For our part, Robert, it's very simple. The banking sector, the financial sector, as I always say, they are not in managing money business. They're in managing the risk, and the risk depends on the KYC, who you are. So it boils down to, if you look at the fundamental pillars of the DPI, which is the digital public infrastructure, namely, I'm talking about the digital ID, I'm talking about digital payment, I'm talking about data exchange, and I'm talking about underlying infrastructure. That's what at the Smart Africa we engage in. We started this a digital ID interoperability with Benin, led by Benin. Why? Because we believe that, if the banks don't know who you are, whether it's a national transaction or cross-border transaction, they are not going to trust you. So we have a problem in Africa. The challenge we have in Africa is a trust challenge. How do we trust? So in order to build that, who you are. So the bank nationally, first of all, they need to know who you are. And remember, we have close to 450 million people with no sort of identification in Africa that we need to solve. People who have identification, we trust those identifications. That's one. So once we have that, the digital payment is actually a responsibility for private and the public sector. We did the Pan-African e-payment system with Ghana. We underlined basically recommendation that we need to have from there. So many scattered, fragmented policy, even on the national level, how many platforms we have. And I'm very happy that my sister just before me, she just talked about, how come, we're in Africa and we're actually trading between two countries who are actually neighbors and we're actually in the US dollars. For me, disruption innovation would take care of that, whether we want it or not. I mean, it is something, the digital currency is coming, whether we want it or not. But the fundamental question, are we going to be ready to be able to put some agile policy to absorb those shocks? And that's the fundamental question. So what we, Smart Africa, we're in. We started with digital interoperability ID system with the Benin. Now we are into SATA, which is Smart Africa Trust Alliance, which is really in the nature, it's a mechanism how countries can interoperate together without actually still preserving the sovereignty of the digital ID. And today, so far, we have about 16 countries who sign up for the digital interoperability, which is basically the cross-border data exchange. It means that when someone from Benin travels to Rwanda, he wants to open a banking account or he wants to do a commercial transaction in Rwanda, how Rwanda can authenticate his identification without actually and safeguarding the personal data protection in Benin. And this is what we have going on between Rwanda, Benin, and Togo and Senegal, 4 countries. Once we're able to do that, I mean, we're building the trust. This trust will be the enabler to the AFCFTA. Because African Continental Free Trade Area, it's a trade. The trade, you can't do a trade today without digital. You can't do digital inclusion today if we don't really know who you are. We have to accept to actually interact and interoperate our ID system and exchange our data before we actually do a payment. If, for example, I'll give a typical example. On the e-commerce platform, a vendor is sitting in Ghana. I am sitting in Kenya. How do I trust that person to I can order some stuff? Forget about the logistic between us. Suppose that logistic hypothetically is all in place. How can I be in Ethiopia and order in Ghana seamlessly and arrive in Ethiopia the merchandise? First of all, I need to know who you are at the end of the computer, and how can I do every single point I can do a proper KYC before I actually get into the logistic system. Our challenge today in Africa is how do we build trust for payment, identification, and cross-border. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, that aspect of the DPI is a fundamental building block, because without digital ID, as you mentioned, in country and indeed for cross-border, we don't have our ticket to the game. So I think that work that is being done by Smart Africa probably needs to be sort of elevated and accelerated. So thank you very much for sharing that issue. we have two more panelists. Before I go to the owner of one of the platforms we've been discussing, let me go to my good brother from Nigeria. And I think at this juncture, what I'd like to propose is, as somebody in the private sector, and we're sitting in a very distinguished audience with policy ministers of finance from various countries, what are some of the key learnings that we can pick from your journey at NIBS and also Nigeria, but then also from a continental level, if there are things that you could ask for without any constraints to move the needle, and that we can come back next year and measure, if I can ask you to share some of your insights on some of those issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All protocols are duly observed, and I'm happy to be here. I think first of all, to think about the instant payment or talk about it. Nigeria started that in 2010, and it was something that was completely homegrown. We pride ourselves by being the first nation on earth to have done instant payment, and completely homegrown application. But going into the African Free Trade Agreement and payment and cross-border payment in Africa, there's a lot of things I think we need to do, just like what the CEO and Director of Smart Africa just said. In Nigeria, we're pretty lucky. We started with some processes without knowing where it will lead to. We started what we call the BVN. BVN was designed to deal with some other issue of KYC, identification, just like what he mentioned. And almost after the advent of the BVN, we realized we needed instant payment could ride on that. So identity is very critical to payment, and trust, which has been mentioned here, which that identity tries to solve. But there's another major critical component, which I think I see on the continent. I think we are a bit in a hurry trying to do instant payments, cross-border payments in Africa without really building the bricks and mortars. And for me, most times we are sitting on the panel year on year discussing the same topic. I would really like to see standards. I want to see goals. I want to see objectives that we lay out to say, when we meet here next year, what do we commit to today that will be coming back next year to measure? It's good. I mean, look at all of us in this room. We are part of the successful cream of people in Africa. But the people we really want to help are down there in the rural areas and in the villages. And until we are able to take those measures that will impact on the lives of those people, that could allow somebody in one rural area sell goods to somebody else in Kenya and collect his or her money freely without leaving the comfort of his or her home, then we've not started. And in that regard, I expect most of the African leaders, there was comments around the African currency. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from having an AU currency that will solve the issue of settlement and then the cross, going from one currency to a third currency back to an African currency. There's nothing stopping us from having a digital currency. We still have the issues of logistics to deal with. On this continent today, if I want to ship something from Nigeria to maybe another African country, sometimes it will leave to Europe and from Europe back to that African country. And what pays the bill? That impact directly on cost. How do we get this thing cheaper? Today, in some countries, we talked about the cross-border payment, leaving the shores of Africa and the cost associated with that, going straight to New York or to London or to Paris before it gets to that other country. So there's a lot of complication, which I think that it requires a lot of political will at the African Union level of the head of states to say, we have the brains in Africa to sit down and break this thing down step by step and decide what we have to deal with. We're talking about instant payment. You need a smartphone, in my opinion, to deliver an instant payment. You can say, okay, you want to use USSD or something else. How many people on the continent today can afford a smartphone? We talked about, Dr. Musi talked about data, the cost of data on the continent. How many people in the rural area are telling the person to go and do instant payment has not even eaten, and you want the person to do instant payment? You will not be able to bank these people. Financial inclusion will continue to elude us because people will hold their money in their pocket, which is cheaper for them, and spend it rather than looking for devices and ways to do instant payment. So I think we need to just lead this thing step by step and hope that those of us who are technocrats In Nigeria, we still have those challenges. And to solve them, we continue from the private sector using different means. For instance, we just launched the Afrigo National Domestic Card Scheme, which is carrying a QR on it. And the reason why it's carrying the QR is simply to help those Nigerians who cannot afford a smartphone, but yet to get them financially included and then to transact. So there are a lot of things I think that working with the government, we have to lay down these details and stop a lot of this academic work, or rather do less of the academic work, set up goals. If we are living here, what are the objectives? When we come back here next year, okay, we want cheap phone manufacturing in Africa. Has it started? Where's the distribution? Somebody earlier in the earlier panel talked about the transport system. What are we doing about the rail lines, for instance, to interconnect the African state and then create an easy logistical movement of goods and services? The continent is poor today because a lot of people cannot move produce from one point to the other. And until we're able to solve all those problems, then you will see a spike in instant payment and cross-border payments on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier. And I think what you're talking about is very interesting. You have local African-built solutions, such as BVN, and potentially what we do sometimes is then go outside the continent and benchmark. So I think what you're saying is that there's a need to actually share and transfer knowledge and technology within the continent. And then the form factor has been a challenge because we probably reached a saturation of those with either feature phones or smartphones. And therefore, there's a card which provides QR, provide an alternative so that we sort of get rid of that obstacle. So I think those are very useful sound bites, and I think we need to document and learn from that. I'll finally go to, I think we've spoken about PAPS even before you came, and the PAPS man himself. I think we want to see an acceleration of cross-border payments on the continent. I know you've been, doing the work, traveling to various countries, even looking at integrating to regional arrangements such as GMAC. What are some of the constraints that you continue to have as PAPS, and how can we figure out how to bring down some of those obstacles? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me thank the UNECA Executive Secretary, the Deputy, for the invitation. I think the beauty about speaking last is that you summarize what everybody said. So everyone else here has brilliantly put out the challenges. But I will just probably recap on which 4 challenges that have been identified by the globally for cross-border payments. I'll add the 5th for Africa, actually 6th. So there will be speed, which is why we're talking about instant. We just mentioned that instant is very important because it improves the velocity of money, so people receive funds very quickly and able to trade quicker. So this is a very easy and common thing to do. However, it becomes complicated with cross-border payments, and I think I'll come to why it is complicated for Africa. We have access, and maybe I'll just take a step back and just mention what PAPS has been doing on each of the challenges. I've saved myself the time to define what PAPS is and the history because I know that everyone here has read enough literature about the beginnings of PAPS with the SFTA and all that relationship. So I'll not go into that. Now, PAPS is an instant payment system. We pay funds instantly, maximum in 120 seconds. So reducing that from the 2 days or 3 days that have been identified by the traditional correspondent banking system. So that's instant. Now that value is obtained immediately. And that is, of course, we can all now appreciate how valuable it is to the recipient to receive their $100, $200, $1,000, or even $1 million instantly. So that's what PAPS has done to solve that kind of challenge. The other challenge is that cost. Our costs are definitely extremely very low. Minimum $2, maximum $12. So which is whichever amount you're sending, it's $1 million, you will not exceed $12. So those, and we are always very available to discuss this kind of pricing issues. Now the other is on access. Who is accessing a payment system? You can make a payment system as low cost as possible, as instant as a flash, as lightning. But if it's accessed by a few firms, a few individuals, then it won't be efficient, because the overarching objective here is to make payments efficient. So with PAPS, we have a layered approach. We have worked with central banks, commercial banks, and also fintechs. We bring in fintechs in the whole framework of working with the regulators to be able to bring them on board, because fintechs are going to solve the problem of informal trade. Many people who are not included in the financial sector actually are using fintechs to transfer value from one to the other. So if we don't include fintechs, then we are not actually promoting inclusivity. So at PAPS, we bring in fintechs to work with us and be able to go to the last mile, be able to offer inclusivity. Now, Robert, I'll go back to your question that what challenges have we been meeting? We've been around for the last 4 years. I've been running this for the last 4 years, 4.5 actually. And what are the challenges? The other challenge I will mention here is about restrictions. I think in Africa or in our economies, we have lots of restrictions. You have restrictions to transfer money to other, restrictions of movements of trade and goods. So if if people cannot move, if goods cannot move, then nobody's going to send a payment, because people send payments to whoever they've been trading with or whoever they deal with. So that's restrictiveness is a bit of a challenge for us who are working on cross-border payments. And the other challenge is that the technology, I don't think it's a big challenge. It is a challenge for now, but we can always overcome technology. We can always innovate and come up with faster technology. So that's not a big problem. It's a problem, but not a very big problem. But also we have the legacy regional payment systems. Now, these are very good. Regions have done a beautiful job in the past to set up these payment systems. So at PAPS, we come in to integrate with them, to say, well, if you're in COMESA, we don't come to cannibalize what you have. We don't come to remove what you're doing today, but we just want to connect COMESA to the rest of Africa. So this is the kind of challenge we meet, but we'll come up with a solution as well. I will, maybe I think the MC mentioned about how easing or regulations, easing some of these things can become. I just read in one of the UNECA reports that 1% decrease or easing up can increase the total trade of about $508 million. So these kind of policy issues we look at have a huge impact on the man on the street or the woman on the street, because this is what maybe I can also touch on the other. PAPS is I would say an amalgamation of capabilities. Wherever there's a problem with trade, we try to come and solve it. For instance, 2-3 years ago, there were some currencies that were depreciating in Africa. And this was a big problem to some institutions that are doing cross-border business. So we did come up with the PAPS African Currency Marketplace that enabled value to be externalized from some of those economies and into their local currencies of the other economies that were not having an issue or where they wanted to be used without using third-party currencies. So these are capabilities that we build on a case-by-case basis. I'll end with one thing. And Premier touched on it about how one currency comes in. A payment system can actually, we have a case study in Europe. When Europe was coming up with the Economic and Monetary Union, there was what we call Target 1, which used different currencies in Europe. Now, when Target 1 was implemented and implemented for some years, it led to now Target 2 that actually is using one currency, which is a monetary union. So a payment system is the most important economic activity that individuals or firms do. I'll end with that, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think those, I think I'll take two quick ones from you. One is around fintechs that are needed to drive inclusion. And then let's look at the roadmap that the European Union went, where not only do you have your policy sort of steps that you take, but then there's also technology enabler from target 1 to target 2. I'm very cognizant that I'm trying to bring this panel before IFTA. So I'm going to request and using through the chair of the Bureau's powers to just request if the audience would ask maybe just 2 questions, please. So I'll just take 2 questions and then we get some final parting shots. I can see one on the left there. Good. I think if that's the case, then there's a second one. Yes. So if I'll take those 2 questions and then panelists will close and with some parting shots. Thank you. Let me hand over to the lady. Thank you.
This is Angela Wamola. I am with the GSMA. I represent the private sector in the telecommunications mobile sector. When we've been talking this afternoon regarding regional and global integration, and a lot of challenges around that, but we do understand that in terms of the mobile infrastructure as a digital public infrastructure that carries Africa and has helped us leapfrog in the past 30 years. We've looked at the numbers of about only 450 million people today remain without an account. And the numbers even increased to 610 million of our population who have never used mobile internet in the last 30 years since we had 3G, in spite of having the infrastructure right next to their doorstep. And so the question here is when we're looking at how we can leverage such digital public infrastructure, even in the midst of challenges of physical infrastructures like roads, energy projects that require a lot of funding. I mean, how do we use or learn from the way the private sector engaged on the telecommunications sector to be able to circumvent and leapfrog all these challenges that we face, macroeconomic challenges, conflicts within the region, which scare away capital and investment so that we can help governments play their role in helping and working with the private sector to help solve this problem. You know, as you've seen, even in the telecommunication structure, they go even as far as building their own energy solutions in order to meet the need. So I think, you know, as we look at the age of automation where we are, we cannot avoid having this conversation in the steps that we ought to take that will have our population at the center by design of any solution we come up with, understanding that we need to empower them to be part of the digital economy, whether it's trade in physical goods or services or in digital trade, in order for us to unlock that value in the continent. So I think the role of the private sector needs to come up in this conversation so that I think we can learn from this sector to see how we can empower other sectors to grow in the age of automation.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to take one more because I'm respectful that there needs to be an IFTA, I think, at 6:37. Please. Again, I'm just using the authority of the chair of the Bureau, if I may. Thank you.
So, all protocols observed. I just wanted to make one small point from Zimbabwe. We're trying to build here a market, a single market. And we're trying to basically make sure that our payment systems work for that market. I put it to you that we may need to start thinking in terms of integrating even the payment systems themselves. So we should start thinking about integrating the switches. But what that takes to is also the fact that we really need to put a lot of effort into the digital divide. We really need to think through how we can make not only financial inclusion work for Africa, but also digital inclusion. All the things we're talking about, digital IDs and so on, can only work if we have digital inclusion. So the single biggest constraint in trade particularly where instant payment systems are concerned. Unfortunately, again, it goes to switches. Some of our countries don't even have national switches. So we need to start thinking about putting all the building blocks that we need in order to take advantage of the digital revolution. That's the only way we are going to leapfrog. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is a very good comment. I don't think we need to answer that. I think you've put forward the critical issues. And I think, Angela, also what you mentioned, I think has been captured. How do we take learnings from the telco in terms of private sector and how they leapfrogged some of the macro and exogenous factors which exist. So I think that's been noted. I do humbly request the countries who have suggested that we take questions to defer those to tomorrow and we can pick that up, please. I want to ask my panelists, and I think not even 1 minute, just a parting shot so that we can close. Honorable Minister, if I may start with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think realizing that there are so many components that need to be aligned for the system to work, there is a need for us to have a roadmap that will work on all these many components so that when we meet again, we are not talking about the very same story. Starting from specific countries to the regional areas, the integrity of the system we're talking, and we all know that the start is as important as the outcome. And we need to inspire confidence by starting right. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, let me go to first Deputy Governor. Thank you.
For me, it is really the ability for payment systems to enable us to achieve our inclusivity ideals or goals. And the fact that it can enable us to plug in our population in rural areas into the financial system. I think it's really what drives us. It's enabling us to be able to see that it's not it's not just an elitist sector. We have also who are plugged into the system as well.
Dr. Musi.
Sure. It will be short. Basically, I'd like to just highlight something that we have not really discussed and I believe is very important, which is ensuring data privacy, and safeguarding information. So we will need to work also on these issues and issues of regulation. When we have this cross-border payment that, it goes beyond the central bank of one country. So how can we have that oversight at the continental level?
Thank you. I'll go to DC. Lasina. DG, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think we in this panel and in this audience, we have all the necessary decision makers actually to move forward. When we talk about a trust, we talk about a KYC digital ID. When we talk about a Pan-African payment and settlement system, my brother has been going on for about 4 years now. There's no reason why. I know that when we talk about central bank, it's a very highly political, but we already have how many countries in Africa who already control their own central banks. But those central banks can already start working on the PAPs without going to the block of the central bank like in West Africa or in Central Africa. That's for sure. So talking about one thing, I'm seeing something on the horizon which is coming in. We've been talking about this for the past 4 or 5 years, but we're not taking into account the impact of the disruption. Those young people on our street, I'm talking about the Gen Z, as we are elaborating policies for them, they are working on a solution how they can bypass all of these cross-border effects. It is not something we should be in doubt if it's it will happen. We just don't know when. So what are we doing about that? So when we talk about the KYC, of course, we talk about digital ID. 2, the data exchange, which is the Pan-African payment, the PAPs, this is something, it shows that, we all know the impact, but we know that there is a lot of political hurdle to do that. Okay. 3, Angela was talking about because I know the premier talks about the digital inclusion. Today, I don't look at the problem in Africa as really a problem of digital inclusion because we have today close to 50% of our population who have access, who the territory is covered. They are covered in terms of infrastructure of broadband, but they're not using it. For why? For one, affordability, which could be related to our government taxes. Two, to our smart devices. I think Premier talks about it, the cost of the devices. That's the reason Nigeria is also looking into the car system. Three, local content. We believe that the AI will help us tackle that question. For the cyber hygiene, I think my sister just talked about the personal data protection when you're doing cross border. We just need to think, and we need to think outside the box. We have all our solutions in our hands in Africa.
Thank you very much. Premier, please, online.
I think the only line I need to add is to promote cross-border payment. We should also promote cross-border movement. The ease of movement within the African continent, I think, is still a big problem. That if we solve that, then you're going to see a lot of more business activities around that, and then to promote switching as well as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And then my brother Bosco, one line, please.
Thank you very much. One line. We all agree that cross-border payments are important for SFTA to be implemented, and all agree that we should have one cross-border payment system. So let all countries join PAPS so that we can be able to move on this very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to finish with something. I'm not going to summarize anything. I just picked up a quote from Professor Adedej, who said, and I quote, "We must create the conditions for integration." Thank you very much. And sorry for rushing, but we had to be a bit respectful of the iftar. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much for ably handling this really complex topic so that we can digest it and understand it. Thank you for keeping to time. Just if I could summarize what my reflections of the day: gather accurate data and please use it. As was said, partner with the private sector, one for risk funding or to try to de-risk some of the infrastructure investments and to innovate. Future prepare, that's what industrial policy can do. Let policy be inspired by pathfinders such as Adebayo Adedeji. If you're going to do it, please do it correctly. And whatever you do, make it green, equitable, and inclusive. And that last mantra was given to us as a nugget by our bureau chair. If you're going to do it, let it be green, equitable, and inclusive. And so with those words, I'd like to defer to the chair to close off today's session. And let me remind you that after the chair has spoken, please make your way to the entrance, past the foyer, where shuttles will be waiting to take you to the skylight for a reception courtesy of the government of Ethiopia, their hospitality and generosity. We'll be seeing you there. Chair, over to you.
Thank you, MC. I would like, first of all, to thank you all. We're closing the first day, and I would like a great applause for our MC that did a great job today. Thank you very much. So here we are. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your iftar. See you tomorrow at 9:00. Nobody's late. Thank you.